Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the RA Board regular meeting of February 27th, 2025. I see we have Directors Johnson, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, just check, Garwatch, Perry, and myself. We have a quorum here. I call the meeting to order. A few very small comments to start the meeting with. As I always do, please be mindful of any conflict of interest as you take on any of the board items. If you do, just please identify them. Couple of awareness things here. Reston Museum invited me to speak at their opening ceremony on April 5th, and I've accepted. I'll show up for a few minutes and say a few words. We also got an invite to be a VIP guest at the National Capital Taekwondo Championship on March 22nd, which is a Saturday. I am going to be out of town starting March 18, coming back on the 23rd. So I will share the email that came in. If anybody has got availability, I would encourage you to attend or let us know and so on. Lastly, last board meeting, we talked about the Reston Transportation Service District Advisory Board, and I'm glad to report that Director Johnson has agreed to be our representative to that board. Thank you very much for agreeing to be our representative on that one.
Mr. President, I have something I need to share at the beginning of the meeting, if you don't, with your indulgence. I got a phone call today regarding Reston National Golf Course. An application has been submitted to redevelop Reston National Golf Course to add 300 homes on the golf course. The applicant has framed the application such that they would ultimately be challenging the PRC zoning ordinance. PRC zoning ordinance is the one that governs all of Reston. And if their challenge is successful, the amount of chaos that it would introduce to our community would be substantial. And so I bring it tonight to my fellow board members because this is probably going to be an area where we're going to, on behalf of the membership, engage counsel. And I don't mean Mr. Champ, but engage a land use attorney, because if a owner of a PRC land is able to move forward and a PRC amendment is deemed to be an administrative step as opposed to a legislative step, the ability of the supervisor from Hunter Mill to control what happens on PRC land will be lost. So it's a matter of significance, and we need to monitor it very carefully and be prepared to intervene.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So at this point, we're ready for item B, which is approval of February 27th board agenda. Need a motion to that. Okay. Seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Unanimous of all. Now we're ready to move on to item C, member comments. Brittany, do we have any member comments?
Yes, we have two people signed up this evening for member comments.
Okay.
First, we have Matthew Mullenix.
Okay, Mr. Mullenix, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Very good. Matthew Mullenix.
Get a bit closer to the microphone.
Sure, thank you. Matthew Mullenix, 11056 Thrush Ridge Road. Thanks. All right. Good evening, board members, RA staff, and fellow community members. My name is Matthew Mullenix. I'm a candidate for the at-large seat in the upcoming RA board election. I'd like to start by thanking the Elections Committee, RA staff, and everybody involved for hosting a well-run and informative candidate forum on Tuesday. These forums are an important part of the election process, and I appreciate the effort that goes into ensuring a fair and transparent election. That said, I'd like to bring the attention bring attention to a concerning trend: the steady decline in candidate participation over the years. 8 years ago, we had 12 candidates running for RA board seats in a similar form. This year, we had 2. The low number of candidates not only limits member choice, but also raises questions about engagement, accessibility, and the overall perception of serving on the board. I respectfully ask the board to discuss this issue before the end of the current cycle, to consider why fewer community members are taking steps towards to run, and what steps can be taken in the next board cycle to reignite interest in board service. Whether it's improving outreach, simplifying the process, or addressing barriers that might discourage participation, it's an important conversation to have. Lastly, for RA members in the room and at home, I want to remind everybody that voting in the board election begins tomorrow, February 28th, and will remain open until March 31st. Your participation is vital to the future of our community, and I encourage everyone to cast their ballots. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to continuing to engage the community throughout this election cycle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bob Sledges.
Same thing, just state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Bob Sledges. I live at 1622 Purple Sage Drive. Just have 2 items. The first is thank you, and I want to express gratitude to brain fart, Emily Inglis on the DRB for spending time last week in an extensive, lengthy, and thorough walkthrough of our association in the bitter cold, no less. She recognized a need during an appeal that we had in front of the DRB, and volunteered to come out and spend a good amount of time with us, and it was highly productive. The other person I want to thank for that also is Director Perry, who gets a Medal of Honor for trudging through a lot of common area up and down hills, Walker and all. So thank you, Director Perry. The second part is I would just ask that, given what's happening across the Potomac with many of our fellow Rustonites losing their employment, and this is the time when assessments are due, that RA do anything it possibly can to provide as much compassion and flexibility in helping our fellow Rustonites should they be coming behind in their dues. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other? Okay, good. Thank you. Councilor Kelly.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the consent calendar.
Second that.
Those in favor say aye. Thank you very much, unanimous. Great. Moving on, we are on item E, I believe, correct, yes. Land use request, Peter, actually, lake use request, sorry. Are you doing this or Laura doing?
Sure, so actually, I see Mr. Doug Boucher with the Core
Oh,
Foundation
Mr.
up here,
Boucher,
so
of
I'd
course.
call him up here to the podium. So just to brief the board quickly, this is the annual request
Yep.
for the Core Foundation Triathlon.
Mr. Boucher, thank you very much for being here and appreciate all the work you put into this.
Thanks for your serving, and thanks for the 40-year partnership. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So yeah, the request is the normal request, although actually this year there is an additional weekend on there, because what we're finding is as the temperature gets warmer in the summer, we have a challenge. We have the risk of what we had last year, which is an algae bloom that happened in September, and which led us to cancel the lake swim portion of the race out of safety for the athletes. What we're asking for this year is a Plan B. So moving forward with the request for the normal lake usage on the normal weekend after Labor Day, but then another weekend should that algae bloom, so should we have the same problem again, it gives us the flexibility to then move the race to a time that's a little cooler and less likely to have that issue. This allows us also to advertise that to the athletes ahead of time. They know there will be a Plan B, and smooths out an issue that, quite frankly, we anticipate may be a recurring issue as the temperatures get warmer. So that's one nuance difference to this year.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, Mr. Boucher, you and I
Hey,
have
John.
had a conversation.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate the time you took to discuss the matter with me. And I appreciate on the second page of your letter, there's a conversation about helping hungry kids and a conversation about initiatives at South Lakes High School.
And is the youth triathlon, I apologize, I meant to put the youth triathlon on that as well, which we have scholarships that we give to young athletes in our youth triathlon as well.
And my hobby horse here is that when we allow our assets to be used by non-RA organizations, that I hope and have a sense that the net revenues that are raised by those organizations, some portion of that gets plowed back into the community, and I appreciate that. Last year, if I remember your 990 correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong on this event generated net proceeds of about $100,000?
Yeah, so that's not accurate. I'd have to, so the 990 is the core foundation overall. We actually maybe generated 5,000 to 10,000 for the event we're talking about here. Now, we do have a sprint triathlon in June. That does better. It nets probably 55,000 to 60,000. And the youth triathlon, we actually lose money on, which is, again, I hate using the word lose when we're a nonprofit. I think everyone understands what I'm trying to say here, is that these events, along with the Women's Training Festival, which is in effect a break-even event, it's a 5K that is designated just for women. These are core events that the foundation does to help these other causes. In the 990, when you look at that, it's a little bit deceiving in that the revenue the core causes bring in, which we don't have access to by design. So for example, a core cause of our Smile for Sarah that raises money for child play kits, they're under us as part of our model so that we incubate them. None of that money is used by the foundation, but the revenue reports in to the 990. So oftentimes you'll see a larger number on the 990 versus the actual funds that Core Foundation has to do internal operations.
So, Mr. President, with your indulgence, if I heard you right, that using our facilities generates net proceeds. Now, I'm not using profit.
Sure, absolutely.
Net proceeds, I think, is the right word to use with
Absolutely.
a 501c3 of something around $60,000.
That's a closer number, that's correct.
Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay, so in looking at the organization, the Helping Hungry Kids, and the other, the performing arts for South Lakes High School, can you give us some sense of how big an effort goes into those two things?
Well, I mean, it's my fault. In the future, I'm absolutely happy to break out. What I can tell you is that let's just pick the Helping Hungry Kids. They box up probably 400 to 500 lunches every week so that young folks who rely on food during school days have food on the weekends. They get together, they pack that up. A lot of the food's donated, some of it's not. They're responsible for getting the volunteers and packing that up. I don't know if that's the detail you want on the effort.
I was looking for a dollar number. Do you have any sense of what the dollar number is that gets
Well, again,
directed in that
yeah,
to
again,
those two organizations?
well, I think we're missing the point of the Core Foundation. So the core causes we incubate and support. They don't have to file taxes. They don't have to have liability insurance. They don't have to have software platforms. There's a lot of things they don't have to do that the Core Foundation does for them. And so it's less about some of the actual money that they spend to do their work and more about the fact that they're able to thrive and grow in an organization that doesn't require them to do all of the things that a normal 501c3 would do. That's the heart of the Core Foundation model.
I request for information to the chair. What does the line of questioning here have to do to the approval of this application?
I thought, Mr. President, I answered that question when I started the line of questioning. This is an organization that is using RA assets and depriving our membership of the use of those RA assets on the days in question.
Sure.
And the objective here is to see that that money isn't just taken out of the community and spent in someplace else. That in giving the use of these assets to this organization, that some part of those net proceeds come back to the community.
Could,
And so
May-
I'm trying to discern what is the extent to which those net proceeds are actually coming back to the community.
could we get to this quicker? Mr. Boucher, do you have intent at some point in the near future making a donation to Friends of Reston, which is what Mr. Farrell's trying to get to?
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
excuse me, point
No,
of
no, no,
order.
hold on.
I did not say Friends of Reston.
You typically do in other applications that
No,
come forward to this
absolutely
board.
not.
Okay,
I have-
okay, hold on.
Can I
hold
have
on.
order here in personal privilege? Don't put words in my mouth, Director Santa. My question to the people who ask to use our assets is, what comes back to the community?
Thank you,
In the
Director
in the case-
Farrell.
Hang on. In the case of the people
okay.
who do the master swimmers, they give money back to swimming. So it's not a question of one particular charity, but rather what's coming back to the community.
Thank you.
And that's all I'm trying to
Thank you,
pursue with
Director
Mr.
Farrell.
Boucher.
Yeah, thank you. We went through the same thing last year with the same line of questioning. So, Mr.
Yeah.
Boucher, just give us an idea. Do you
Yeah,
bring
above-
anything back, and what does that
Yeah,
look
absolutely.
like?
So above and beyond the scholarships that we provide for the biking and swimming, the young triathletes, John, maybe that's a little bit more aligned with what the swim group does, is absolutely, we give free participation for young folks in these events, and these are Reston folks. The youth are predominantly folks from the Reston community. But above and beyond that, this year our intent was to help support the trail mapping, the digital trail mapping program, and by a contribution to Friends of Reston to help support that. So that absolutely is additive to what we've done in the past.
Okay.
What is the dollar amount?
Can you give us a sense of what the dollar amount would be?
We haven't discussed that yet. Is there a?
No, no, not related to the digital maps and things, but in general, whatever you take in, what does, I don't think we're
Well,
looking
remember
for an
this
exact
event,
number.
Next time I'll give an income statement for this event, and it's on me. This event, due to police coverage, the number of athletes, the distance, this event does not make a lot of, again, we're a nonprofit, does not have a lot of net revenue. Our estimation is the net revenue, the gross revenue will probably be around 70,000, and the net revenue may be 5,000 to 10,000. That's probably what's going to happen.
Okay. Director Perry, did you have a question?
First, Mr. Boucher, I wanted to thank you for including a Plan B this year. And that was actually, one of the things that I was looking for in this, because I know that it has come up in the past. Some of you may or may not know, I am often on one of the pontoon boats on the lake for this event. Clearly not last year, but maybe this year.
Glad to hear it, Margaret.
Thank you, Doug. I am familiar with what you do and what CORE does. I have been in touch with people who have seen benefit from what you do and your organization. I think my recommendation, just based on the fact that we go through this long hassle every single time, please just provide us some percentages in the future so that we can move this along more quickly, please.
Okay. Mr. President, I move to approve the common area request for the Core Foundation Triathlon, subject to a mutually agreed upon written agreement.
Second.
Discussion, I think we've had enough discussion on this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready for budget calendar? Mr. Varum?
Yeah, when,
Before you start, I just want to extend my appreciation for all the hard work that you guys are doing. You're getting to almost your 1 year here.
Correct.
And I would say that we're absolutely thrilled with your attention to details and how you're approaching this, and really appreciate everything that you guys are doing.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And when Mac hired me, he told me that we'd really only be busy during budget season. But what he didn't tell me is that that's kind of continuous.
6 months.
So we're about to kick off budget season this year, and the first step in that is approving a budget calendar. So there was a draft calendar that myself, working with Pete and Mac, have put together, and it was part of the package along with a brief memo. And I think a number of you have seen now that Director Santa has made some modifications to that, or proposed modifications, and there was a copy of that presented. And, I guess I'll start off by talking a little bit about my memo, and one of the things in it is that we're proposing that this year we kind of have budget suggestions, which are similar to the member suggestions we've had in the past, that'll have a particular calendar and will be part of the budget process. But we want to launch a kind of secondary process at the same time that's an ongoing year-round member suggestion process. And part of that is so that there's no deadline. Members can submit suggestions whenever they want, and we'll be looking at them. Maybe some types of suggestions we can fit into the budget this year. In 2025, some things could be looked at for the future. But there'd be an ongoing process for suggestions, not necessarily just related to the budget, for feedback in general for the staff and the board, whether it's on aquatics or whatever the topic is. So there'll be that member suggestion process ongoing, but trying to skinny down the budget suggestion process, maybe get a few less this year, and try and make that process more efficient. So that's one of the key changes that we were proposing. And besides that, a few changes to the dates, but largely similar to what we did last year from a date perspective. We did move up the first release of the budget to late August, with the thought that then we could present it in the first September board meeting and just present it to you all, and then get hopefully better feedback in the second board meeting in September. Because if you recall last year, there really wasn't a lot of feedback in that first budget board meeting in late September. Partly we had, not a lot of participants due to a number of factors. We were at the lake house because of the flooding and vacations, et cetera. But we really didn't get much feedback until late October, which really kind of compressed everything to that very end of October. So that was kind of the idea, is to try and get a little bit of earlier submission so we could get more feedback in September. Now, Director Santa's proposed pushing that up, one additional week and doing things a little bit differently. And, at a quick glance, generally those things looked, acceptable to myself. But I don't know if Director Santa would like to talk about her suggested changes, including, the first one of note is the budget survey. She has an idea for a budget survey, and maybe she can talk to us about that a little bit.
So I won't go through all of this in detail, but I can, since we're not voting on this tonight. You can read it after the meeting, but we are very hands-on board, some of us are, and I want to give some of us the ability who want to see what the member suggestions form looks like, an opportunity to review, since at the end of the day, that work product and delivery will be to this body. So I would recommend that the staff, during the March 13th meeting, send us what that budget survey form looks like, and that we agree on the possible review criteria, meaning how do we want them to filter out what we don't or want see, or the actual criteria to remove green, yellow, and red from the spreadsheet. That is my intent with that. At that time, deliberate what it is that we have, so that when they come to us, we don't have to build a plane and fly it at the same time. Then what I did for the May 29th meeting was I moved up what was in our packets to an earlier date. I didn't see a reason why we needed to wait for the CEO to deliver his budget memo, in addition to any proposals to include or discontinued programs, as well as the pool study that Pete is working on. I've been told by Pete that he would have the pool study available by the May 29th meeting. So it gives us an opportunity to have a lot more materials all at one time, which I would welcome, as opposed to doing it last time, which was piecemeal, lots of different materials delivered at different times. Then I made the suggestion that for June 12th, in addition to determining the budget suggestions that would go to the fiscal committee, at that same time, in parallel, we asked staff to price out what the materials are so we can have it forward. And the rest is pretty easy to decipher. We're just moving updates. So I would just ask that you review this for the next meeting. And if you have any questions, we can take them now or offline.
Yeah. Any questions for myself or Director Santa?
So, Mr. President.
Let me get Director Perry. She raised
Sure.
her hand first. Please, go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you. Ed, Izzy, either one of you, we can certainly take this offline, but I see there's been some additional date, not only date additions, but date changes between the two, the one that Izzy provided and the one that Ed provided. Right off the bat, I'm looking at August 26th, August 28th, August 29th. There seems to be some disconnect there. I'm just curious why is the plan, Izzy, based on yours, that we would receive that draft budget one August 22nd, which is prior to when we normally receive the board packet? And I'm looking at the 2025 calendar at the moment, 2026.
Correct. So Ed mentioned to me that in order to us get the draft one budget earlier, we have to release it a week earlier. So August 22nd, if I did my...
That's backwards.
Okay.
It's later.
No, on Ed's, it's August 29th. So that's why I'm
one
just
week
trying
earlier.
to
And
figure out
August,
the
August
disconnect.
29th is a Friday, just to let folks know.
Okay.
So that would be like a Friday, because we typically would release it on a Friday. And I was
Okay.
proposing that we go over it on September 11th, which would have been a board meeting. But
Okay.
Director Santa's proposing to release it a week earlier, Friday the 22nd, and
Okay.
review it in the next board meeting on August 28th. So, you know, a little
Okay,
bit
that-
sooner.
And you feel that would be doable? I mean, you don't see any reason.
It's only
at
a
this-
week earlier than we had proposed, so I think that's doable, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that there seemed to be some disconnect. So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
And then I think everything else looked good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Director Farrell, you had your hand up?
Director Dodd?
Dot.
So I just wanted to make a quick comment that, of course, as a participant in past budget processes, I support whatever we can do to improve the budget calendar and the operation of it. I won't be participating in the next budget, so I'm not going to comment specifically, although I'm glad to see all the work that's gone into it. I did want to make quickly the point that while I share and amplify Mr. Molyneux's concern about having less member engagement in candidacies than we would like, I wanted to just reiterate that we have seen a real increase in the number of members who comment on our budget, who have ideas that they want to share with us on our budget. And we've also had increased attendance at our annual meetings. And so both of those are real indicators of member engagement. As much as I like to have people who are willing to run for a seat on the board and thank those who do, there are other ways to be involved with Resident Association, and I think our engagement is increasing recently.
Good, thank you, Director Farrell.
Couple of thoughts. Under the process that you're envisioning, the year-round process, one of the benefits of the process we had was the board would see all of the member suggestions, and the board would be aware of it. And because of our capital improvement threshold of $5,000, you need us to approve it. If we thought something needed to be done, the only way it got done is if we voted it. As if it was more than $5,000. We've had CEOs in the past say, well, it's not in the capital improvement budget, I can't do it. And so I am concerned with a June 1 deadline for member suggestions because our pool's open the weekend before. And the reality is that that's the thing that our members interact with us the most. And that's where, when I reviewed the suggestions, the vast majority of the suggestions had to do with pools. So if we're not going to give them until July 1 to give us their thoughts, and we're going to go to a year-round process, how do you envision the board being apprised of those suggestions and then either amending the budget, amending the capital improvement plan? How will we be aware of what the membership has suggested, and how will we go about amending either the budget or the capital improvement plan in order to respond to that suggestion outside the regular budget cycle? And then the last thing is,
Do you want him to answer that first?
no, yeah, I'll give the next one. I'm concerned about having the final adoption of the budget be at the end of November. I think final adoption of the budget should be at the beginning of November, and that the second meeting about the budget is pro forma. Because if we're still, we come in, 2 years ago, we came into that budget meeting and we were still moving things around. Mm-hmm. And it put the staff under a great deal of stress, literally to be sitting there with with a calculator trying to figure out what the final assessment was going to be. Mm-hmm. And then come up with, and I think we wound up, because it went so late, I think we wound up having a special meeting in order to set the assessment.
That's right. That's
Right.
2 years ago, but after you came back from your trip, you wanted to redo everything.
Not exactly.
Yes.
Anyway.
See the video.
I've watched the video, and it wasn't everything.
Okay,
There
so
were three or four
let's get to the point, please. Okay, thank you.
I was, and it would have been there already.
Yeah,
So
well-
what I was hoping we could do is figure out a way to have final votes on the budget as far as plus and minus votes, not happening on the 20th of November, but happening earlier, so that the last meeting that adopts the budget is more pro forma and that we don't have it slide into December, because we got to get the assessments out in December.
Right. Well, I'll start with your last question first. And I agree. I mean, I would hope that, similar to last year, how it worked out, that when we get to that budget approval meeting, the second meeting of November, that it is kind of pro forma, and, you know, things could happen and someone could make a motion, but hopefully we'll pretty much have everything decided leading into that meeting and be fully prepared to approve it quickly like happened last year. That would definitely be the goal. So, the board meetings leading up to that, we would try and get the decisions, you want this in, not in, and I would try and have it laid out, hey, that's going to make the assessment X. So you'd kind of know that meeting before the second meeting in November. We'd kind of hopefully have it all ironed out, and hopefully it would be pro forma, to get a quick approval that last meeting in November, because that's certainly our goal as well.
So
I'd
that
agree
would be a
with you there.
change to the calendar that we're looking at.
But it's still, that is when you get the approval. I mean, it seemed like you were also suggesting that you would still get the approval in the 20th November, it'd just be so pro forma.
But that the earlier meeting in November would be the final voting on changes to the budget. That's what I'm trying to get to, is that we don't put the staff and your office in a jam trying to hit a moving target at the last meeting in November.
Right.
So that would be, that we would give everybody notice that, final budget amendments happen at the first meeting in November, not at the last meeting in November.
So you could just add a clarification to
Yeah,
that.
we can tweak that a little bit.
Okay.
And
then
back to
on-
the first issue?
Yeah, on the suggestions, and, I did anticipate that concern, and, we'd really try and encourage members to get, true budget suggestions in by 1 June, which would give time for the fiscal committee and the board to review them and make decisions on them, but understanding that, things still could come in after that date. And I am envisioning that the board's going to see all of these feedbacks. I mean, we haven't worked out all the details of how that's going to look and work, but I was anticipating that the board will, be provided all of the member feedback that we get year-round, in some way or another. But the feedback we get, from 1 June for the next month or two, there still would be an opportunity to add things into the budget. I mean, really, all the way till November, worst case. I mean, hopefully we aren't having, things come in that affect the budget too late in the process, but there's certainly that window. So if things come in, June or July that, we think are things that should get added to the budget, there still is that opportunity as well. But it wouldn't be part of the formal process. We try and do the formal process and get it by 1 June. And those later budget suggestions, if it's too late to get them into this year's budget, we could establish a queue of things for the next year's budget as well. But also, some of these suggestions may be things that we can just do as part of, the operating budget that we have in the current year. So it's going to kind of depend what the suggestion is, but those are some of the strategies we might use.
Director Flashman, followed by Johnson.
As you may be aware, the Lakes Equity Working Group, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. The Lakes Equity Working Group target for the issuance of its final report is for August. And I'm expecting that will have a number of recommendations with regard to actions to be taken by the board, which will impact, some of them, the budget. How do you expect that would be handled?
Well, I'd encourage, if you have some things that you think, even if it's not final, if we could try and get those ideas as soon as possible by 1 June would be great, or into July, or, June, July, as soon as possible. If things come out in August that seem to be great ideas that, the board thinks we should get into the budget, there's still time to do that. But obviously, if we can get the ideas in sooner, it's better.
Okay.
Director Johnson.
Thank you. Ed, have you used the rolling member input process before?
Is that a question you're asking me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not aware of it. No.
Okay.
Not that I know of, but I haven't been here long.
Fair enough. I wondered if it was like any other place. The reason I ask is I'm just a little concerned using a rolling process and not having a drop-dead deadline, just because the perception of fairness that, I got my suggestion in after some arbitrary date that we determine, and we end up ignoring, someone's suggestion, could possibly be, lead to unpleasant circumstances for all of us. So my thought is just that we, if we're going to do something rolling, we also include some kind of date where we say that, we will continue taking suggestions, but, we're going to stop on this date. We're going to no longer include suggestions after some date that you decide.
Well, maybe we would say we're no longer consider these at all for the current year's budget.
Exactly.
This isn't supposed to be a process really for budget suggestions. This is really a process for member feedback on, we want the lifeguards to be looking at this, or, we don't like this, it's for all kinds of things that aren't necessarily budget related, but, maybe we could somehow communicate that, as part of this ongoing process, we will sort of secondarily be looking at these for budget suggestions as well, but, at some date, we're going to have to cut that off, and they could still be considered as budget suggestions, but for the following year.
Yeah, if we could
Something like
delineate
that.
somehow between the budget suggestions and general suggestions, that would be great too.
Okay, thank you. Director Santos.
Just to make sure I understand, B in our agenda summary, to speaking Travis's point, there would be 2 forms that would be on the website. One that's year-round, that has specific instructions of, here's your suggestion box for the year, and then one that would be budget-related, that would specifically have instructions as to what input we're seeking from the budget. So you already addressed that here, correct? That's what B means?
Right, I mean, the A is the, budget suggestions, and, whether we do a survey, as you were, we'll try and come up with the best process we can for collecting budget suggestions, but then, this ongoing member suggestions, which, some of them may be sort of budgety related, but generally it's not supposed to be budget suggestions, but for other member feedback.
Just making sure.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Ed. I have just one small comment. When we went through the budget process last year, as we came out of it and approved the budget and everything else, the idea was that, my words, let's just look maybe an after-action report of some sort, and you guys, I know, have been thinking about this. One thing that I observed last year was, Director Santa mentioned it, this business of red, yellow, green, that was not clear at all. There were a few other things, these are just minor things. There were a few other things that were sort of confusing, and we spent time on this board here, going back and forth, real time, understanding what's this, what's that. And I made a comment to you I believe towards the end of the budget process. I said, look, when you start to do this for this year, think about running a session, like a workshop of some sort, bring a few people in, run an element of your process, whether it's the color scheme that you use or whether it's this issue of calendar. Is it open-ended? Is it a period or anything like that? Please put that in front of some people and say, do you understand what this means? And I think that shouldn't take too much time. In fact, you can get staff to do that. I think that would be very helpful before you bring the whole package to the board, where we sit here and go, what's this? What do you mean by that? Did you do that, and did you not do that? So that might be helpful. I would highly recommend that you think about that. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I have a couple observations to make as treasurer. First of all, I applaud the efforts of staff and Director Santa to front-load the discussion of budget variables so that things are known and staff has enough time to really react to the discussion so that there aren't these last-minute changes of substance. There will always be changes on issues, but the substance, 80 to 90% of the budget ought to be complete by September. Secondly, at Tuesday evening's candidate forum, there were some really excellent questions that had budget implications that staff could react to. And you already might have some ideas or questions that you could answer for the members. I think it was a little bit preemptory, if you will, to ask a candidate, how are you going to change the budget in a positive way? And it's like that was, but it certainly could be asked in advance of the budget season, so you could have answers together. And the third part is, irrespective of when or how member suggestions are handled, they ought to have answers. They should, and it should be available to all members that ask questions. It doesn't have to be long answers, but they should be thorough. Some will take a lot longer, but that would lend itself to a year-round suggestion process, which may have budget implications.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Just to follow up on that, are you suggesting that staff or the board needs to respond to every member's suggestion when you say answers?
I think if this is a member-centric organization, if there are legitimate, well, I shouldn't even say legitimate, if there are suggestions from members, they should get some sort of answer, even if this is outside the scope of RA's responsibilities. That's an answer. They may not like the answer, but that's an answer. And if there is value to it, and as a result of directors reading these and staff reading these suggestions, they think it has merit to rise to an element that ought to be included in the budget, let the people know.
So an acceptable answer under that scheme would be, this is a worthy idea that will be presented to the full board, rather than this is not something Resident Association has the
It could
authority to
be.
handle?
if there is a new feature that people wanted to add to a particular pool, we'll say, like a water slide.
Okay,
But
since
I
we're not
don't wanna get
voting,
into-
since we're not voting anything on what this calendar is, why don't we just kind of let Ed absorb all the comments and take them back? Yes, Director Farrar, you have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think to address the question raised by the immediately preceding speaker, ma'am, I think one of the things that Director Petrino was reacting to and I reacted to was we had over 200 suggestions last year. And on the matrix that was given to us, there fundamentally was nothing from staff. It wasn't, oh, this is an operating matter. It's that more than half of the suggestions had no staff response at all. And so if we had, and I'm not talking about sending email back to the proponent, I'm simply saying if on that matrix there was a response from staff, I think that a staff, that a community member who made the suggestion could look at that matrix and understand what their suggestion was, how it was disposed. And I think that's what Treasurer Petrino was seeking, and I think that was one of the improvements to our process that I hope we go forward with.
Thank you.
And Treasurer Petrino is giving me a thumbs up, so
course
I
he
think
did.
I think
He gave you two.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
I think I captured the idea.
Yeah, thank you. All right, let's move on to Mr. Lusk. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, everybody. We're here to talk about playgrounds, as we said we would. A much lighter topic than the budget calendar. I did a video quickly on how we went through this process for the first time, so it's been great to see. We kind of spent a year grinding over what this rec facilities process could look like, so it's nice to see it come to life. We put this on the agenda mostly for just a gut check on is the process working the way the board would like to see it work? There was an added element in the presentation about, we did some work with a vendor, got some quotes back. They're a little bit higher than our budget. Just as an update since the video, sometimes these videos come out long before the meeting. We're down about $60,000 from that $80,000 delta that we saw the last time, just through some value engineering and working with the vendor. So I'm less concerned about money than I was when I made the video. Just as another update, we do know from Friends of Reston, they do have some interest in perhaps helping with some of these projects as well. So I think this conversation is really not about money. I'm not asking the board for a motion tonight on moving forward with the projects as much as I would just like to hear some feedback, if anyone has any, on did we execute the process? Does it seem to represent what the board is looking for so that we can duplicate it down the road? So there was a video. I don't want to talk any more about it. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Johnson.
A very simple question. In your video, you referred to natural, I think, play areas, and I wanted to know what that meant.
So could mean two things. It could mean an actual natural element. Maybe there's a sandbox or something that makes people feel closer to nature. It could also mean the play elements look less manufactured and more like a natural, like a log or a net climber. Those are very popular elements these days, instead of just the big green slide that's in the middle of the woods. So just making folks feel more like they're actually in nature.
Dr. Perry?
So Director Johnson beat me to the punch a little bit there. I thought your presentation was informative, well thought out. I appreciate the fact that when we look at renderings of what could be, that is not always what will be. So I do take that with that knowledge in mind. One of the things that I noticed, and I apologize because I'm not going to be able to put my finger, what was the first playground's name? Coltsbrook, I believe.
Yeah.
And I believe I heard in there that one of the things they kind of were looking for was maybe some kind of shade element. And I did notice that in the rendering, there were those lovely, what appeared to potentially be fake trees around the playground element. Is that fairly accurate?
Those may have just actually been trees placed in the picture. I'm not sure they were intended for the playground or not.
Okay. Well, okay. Obviously, we're not going to plant trees that close to playground equipment. I'm sure we know better than that. But I do think that having some kind of neat canopy that potentially looks like a overgrown tree or something like that, that would allow for not only shade, but potentially some element of the tent or fort that was mentioned by the survey participants would be an interesting add, recognizing money is somewhat of a thing. But I definitely, although those look like great playground options, I definitely would like to encourage staff to really take into account that natural element. Um, in the past, I'd be happy to share with you, there are many educators who point out that that natural element is good for little nurturing brains that are still trying to figure out what's safe, what's not safe, what does that look like, and how can I imagine, right? We don't have a lot of imagination sometimes these days. So I'd like to encourage staff to really consider that as they move forward with this project.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Just in my recent work with the Fairfax County Park Authority, I've seen some of their renovated parks and would like to just draw your attention. I think the ones at Lake Accotink Park have got the kind of high canopy that seems to be pictured, but maybe with a different thought in mind, that actually does provide some shade from up above.
Sure.
And also the new playground at E.C. Lawrence Park in Fairfax County is another one I would commend to you to just view for ideas.
Thank you. Dr. Santa.
I just wanted to commend Peter and staff during the PrAC meeting when this was reviewed. Everyone really liked the work, the survey. So I just want to note that. Also, I want to note that during the PrAC meeting, we talked about having sensory-based features in the playground. So just to make sure that everyone also knew that. And then my question is, how many playgrounds in total do we have, and how many do you think we'll need to refurbish in the next 5 years?
So our number is 40. There are plenty of tot lots within Reston that are.
40.
40, correct. Plenty of tot lots within Reston that sometimes are confused for RA tot lots, but they're cluster owned or things of that nature. So when you look at, our inventory and how it spreads out over time, we tend to have 2 or 3 every year that come up. We have 2 in the 25 CIP. There were 3 in the 24 CIP. If you'll indulge me for just 2 seconds, this is a shameless plug for the Facilities Parks Master Plan that we're currently working through, that the board was kind enough to fund. And how this all sort of ties together is, how many tot lots do we need or playgrounds do we need in Reston? I think that's a question that should be answered. This can also tie back to, are there elements that should be included every time we replace a playground? We've heard a lot about shade. Shade is every playground in the world needs shade. Every parent that goes to a playground is looking for shade. We know what elements are popular. So maybe we come up with a base design for our playground, so every time we're going to fund one, we don't have this issue where we have a $50,000 funding delta. We know what the funding is based on our master plan, based on our research, on and on. So to answer your question, Director Santa, we know that over time, every year, there's going to be 2 or 3 tot lots. I don't think we have a good answer to how many tot lots or playgrounds are necessary within the community. We've not tackled that question.
I just want to make my fellow board members know that in my community, we have a playground, and it's RA property, and it sits on a trail, and it's banked by family homes. No one knows it exists. It's falling apart. If something were to happen in that location, it's a safety issue. Can't hear it, can't see it because there's a bend to get to it. So I guess as part of the master plan, I'm using this as my personal example, can we just look at what other playgrounds exist that are in precarious situations where maybe they need more trimming of wood so that somebody could see if something's happening? So just items like that to consider for the master
I would
plan.
love to. Thank you.
Inventory. Okay, yes.
I think, Mr. President, I think that this process has worked exactly the way I hoped.
Thank you.
Because what the objective I had was for us to be able to say to the people from Fairfax County Zoning Office that we have done the work of reaching out to our community, and we don't need being second-guessed by the county staff.
Sure.
And the only way we can get there is to do this process. So from a policy point of view, this is working the way we wanted it to work. So thank you. And you're also showing us that it can work. That's the other part that's important. The only thing substantively, and I'm not going to get into designing playgrounds, that's your job, not mine, and with input from the community. I am somewhat concerned from a environmental point of view that we save money by eliminating trash cans. Families who go to parks generate trash. And if we don't provide a receptacle for them, we have receptacles all up and down our trails.
Right.
I wouldn't want to be in a situation where mom has to cart the dirty diaper all the way back home. And I don't want to save money by depriving them of a place to put trash.
Completely agree. I think when I referenced that in the video, sometimes the vendors will try to sell you these things. We have trash cans. We can make that work on our own end. It's more, I don't want to buy a trash can from someone when I already have my own. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the written materials, it talked about eliminating trash cans.
That's
also.
what I meant. That's a good clarification.
I don't want to go down that road.
Totally.
Thank you. Mr. Lux, thank you.
Thank you.
Good plan. Thank you. I believe we're on to next item, Land Use Committee recommendations. Do we have Michelle here or committee chair? Who's presenting?
You're not doing.
I'm surprised that we have board members presenting this, but not the chair, committee chair, but that's okay. Who's going to be presenting this?
I guess I am. Well, it's Director Juszek and I were listed as the people we're going to talk about. The Land Use Committee had a meeting. Director Juszek and I serve on the Land Use Committee. And I think the reason why Chairman Kimmel isn't here because she was led to believe that either of us would talk about the three motions. So these are recommendations that the Land Use Committee wanted advanced to the board. There are three of them. The first one talks about the Lake Ann swap and the history of that for those who weren't around.
If we can just be brief, please. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. We've written them out.
All I'm asking is just be brief. We don't, just stay within time here.
Please
Thank
continue.
you. Please
No,
continue.
I'm fine.
No, please continue.
You've got the recommendations in front of you. You can read them.
Would you like to elaborate, Director Juszek?
Can we ask Bob Petrine, since he's listed as somebody who seconded the motion one, to perhaps carry
Mr.
on?
Petrine, would you like to?
Sure. The first one was, there was how shall we say, a disagreement over what property was included in this original offer to redevelop Lake Ann.
Okay.
And the purpose of the motion is educational. It is to make sure that everybody on the board and membership understands what was proposed and why the project failed.
Okay, thank you.
The second motion is to create educational materials, essentially to summarize either in written form or by video the contents of the PRC amendment as proposed. And the third is that I think it speaks for itself that the board should consider a public education campaign to talk to people who live in the TSA.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, any comments on these? Yes, hang on. Director Perry, go ahead first. I'll get to you.
Yeah, so Treasurer Petrine, or Director Juszek or Farrell, on motion one, is this just for the board to have additional information, or is this for future land swap suggestions?
I think in order to be able to evaluate as a community proposed redevelopment of the Lake Ann area, that you ought to know the history about what was proposed, to understand the components, again, why it didn't come to fruition, and it was largely financial, but there were elements of it that I won't characterize them as unfair, but they were
Okay.
to the association.
And would this, I mean, I'm trying to understand what the motion is actually proposing. Like, are we getting an educational packet? Are we, I mean, I don't really understand what is being proposed by motion one, other than we should consider it in the future.
Director Petrine, before you answer that, let me just add that I was going to ask a similar question on all these motions. I think everybody has, they're fairly general. Something like, and again, I'm just seeking clarification from my perspective.
We would have provided that.
Carefully consider, that's a motion. Carefully consider what is the specific of that? What specifics are we going to do? So it would be good to have some specificity into what that motion is. And for me, it applies to the second one as well. It says educational material. I don't know what material we're going to. Again, I just need some clarification of that. Director Perry, did you want to finish what you were saying?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I actually didn't have an issue with motion two. I personally have an idea of where that's going, but perhaps I'm wrong. I was thinking that being more along the lines of what we did for example, the deed, right? The videos from Kara to present to the public regarding the deed, for example. That was my understanding of motion two. I do have an issue with motion three, and I'll just lay this out there. I appreciate a public education campaign on these things, but we cannot, as RA, force anyone to join RA. That is not within our realm of purview. It's just not. We can encourage developers, we can talk to developers, we can negotiate with developers, we can do all of those wonderful things, but to demand and to rile up our population in a time when people are already riled up and upset about things, this just seems like an unnecessary, get your pitchforks ready. So I certainly can understand motion two and would support motion two. I would like more information on motion one. If it's just that we need to consider it more in the future, I don't necessarily think that needs to be a motion other than just a statement. And motion three, I will not support.
Thank you. Director Johnson.
Yeah, my interpretation of motion three wasn't so much as of forcing anyone. I read it as much like motion two, creating a public education campaign in which we'd inform the folks at TSA the benefits of RA membership. I mean, I can certainly see how it can be interpreted that way, that it's a bit more aggressive. But my hope, if we were to move forward with this, would be that it would be a public education campaign, and we would be persuading as opposed to forcing.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't believe it was the committee's intent to force, but to educate and to remind people of the benefits that they enjoy by living in the community and encouraging them to become members.
Okay.
Just stop there.
Very much.
Fleshman's first.
Fleshman first. Go.
With regard to motion number, sorry. With regard to motion number one, does the committee understand that there is a likely possibility of someone who is proposing the revitalization of Lake Ann now asking for some land transfer or
Yes.
some,
Yes.
the same that was requested
Similar.
the last time?
Similar.
Okay.
Egads.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's the history. We are anticipating some form of offer to potentially come our way, and so this would be an education for the board to better understand where we've maybe fallen short.
That's what it says.
Okay. one clar-
That's not what it says. That's why I'm asking.
This is
Thank you.
for you all. Do you want, sorry, go ahead.
The second thing, Director Farrell, I wanted to talk about the second aspect of this. Would you be, second motion, the second part of the second motion? Is this something that we believe our district supervisor doesn't understand our position? Is that why we want the community to reinforce that position? Is this something that we could bring through our president and CEO during their monthly meetings? What's the additional ask there, and what are we hoping to achieve with it?
Mr. President, with your permission.
Of course.
Zoning amendments, especially text amendments, is somewhat esoteric. This text amendment would have major impacts on RA's ability to upgrade our facilities. It's significant. If the membership knew the impact of this amendment was on our ability to upgrade their tot lots and their pools, I think that the public input in support of our objectives would increase. And if it's just the 8 of us vis-a-vis the county staff, that's one thing. But if it's the community saying, no, we want this, the likelihood of the amendments being made in the direction that we're hoping for is higher. So the idea here is to say this has a significant impact on our ability to meet your desires for improvements to our facilities, and that's why we hope you will support the board's position. And that's a matter of educating our membership as to why they should be reaching out to the supervisor and letting them know that they support the position that the board has taken because of its impact on their facilities.
Totally agree with the education aspect of it. And we can probably work around this. Want to make sure that we continue to stay in everyone's good graces as we work through this navigation this process. So that's it. Handling it with some, however we work with staff to make sure that that message is somewhat respectful of all parties involved.
We don't want this to just be inside baseball.
Let me get Director Santa first. I'll come to you.
Isn't the bottom line, and that if we don't get these and the present rulings prevail, what we are looking at is for improvements to cost a lot more than they would otherwise cost if the amendments that we're requesting are accepted.
We're not being undertaken at all?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are we dissatisfied, I'm asking the chair, anybody can jump in, are we dissatisfied with the movement and traction that we saw from Bill Malin when he came and he heard our feedback and said, we'd be coming back to you based on what you said? Are we dissatisfied with the traction that we made? Because there were some things that he said, I agree with that. So from a sequence perspective, to me, this seems premature, considering we have a really good process so far. And for that reason, I couldn't be supportive of motion 2.
Mr. President, to answer the question posed, recently there was a very recent presentation on this amendment, and there was no movement reflected in that presentation. So we may be at an impasse as of now, but as Director Santa probably knows from her day job, mobilizing grassroots support for an outcome doesn't happen with the flip of a switch. Public education to say why this is important to our members needs to happen in advance, not the day after the text is authorized for advertising.
A drawback of this amendment, I will just say, is that if this body chooses to do this, just note that those in the community who oppose lighting will come out, and that may derail the overall efforts of the PRC amendment.
Dr. Johnson.
In line with that, if we are to reach out to the supervisor, my suggestion is that we come up with some kind of coordination plan. So we're actually sending a single coordinated message, and we're not, derailing ourselves and undercutting the message that we intend to send.
Okay. Director Perry, you have the last word on this.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments. I just, based on Director Grywatch's comments to, I believe, motion 3, and I apologize if I've given Trevor the incorrect. Okay, if it wasn't you, Trevor, it was
He's
somebody.
saying motion to it.
But the motion 3, I have been working with Kara and Cam and other staff regarding education of the apartment owners as the apartment owners rep. So I just want to also make that clear with this motion 3.
And
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yeah,
that is who, and I'm gratified that Director Perry is doing that. That is who is the audience for motion number 3. We have 30 apartment projects that are paying the full assessment for each of their units. And if the other apartment projects paid, our assessment could be lower by about $120. And so they're being harmed by the TSA apartments not being a member. So they're being put at a competitive disadvantage. When I talk to the owners, some of the owners of those apartment complexes, they are completely unaware of this dynamic. And so item number 3 was to pursue what Director Perry has already started and to enhance it, to say that we do a better job of getting, not to the property manager, but getting to the owner at the headquarters to let them know that they're subsidizing their competitors, and to let them, and to encourage them to speak up to say, this subsidy is contrary to my business interests. Okay. So that's who is the audience for number 3.
Thank you. I need a little bit of a clarification from the presenters. What is the end objective? Is the Land Use Committee asking the board to vote on these motions? Are these recommendations from the committee to the board to consider? How do we want to approach this?
Under the action item on the page, what the Land Use Committee is asking.
Yeah, it says carefully consider these motions.
And act on them with direction to the staff.
So one thing, yeah. So we need
I
to vote.
motion, I'm speaking in favor of motion 3. I motion that RA do a public education campaign to educate current RA apartment owners of the impact of the TSA apartments not paying the RA assessment. I need a second.
I second that.
Discussion, I have a comment on that. So this is just getting clarification here. With this, we're going to get staff to do work. And will the staff know exactly what they need to do? Is it specific enough that they know what to do?
May I?
Please.
Just to, I seconded that because I wanted to have conversation. The reason I wanted to have conversation was because I think this is in line with a task that we've already given staff to reach out to non-members and to bring them in. So I'm not sure if this particular motion is, necessary.
Mr. President, to address that?
Yeah.
This is a supplement to the earlier motion that we adopted, in that it specifically targets the current apartment owners, which I think is more specific. I would suggest it's more specific than the motion we previously adopted that you made, and I seconded, I think.
So you're saying just to narrow this down to specifically apartment owners?
Not to exclude,
Right.
but to just say, and oh, by the way, this is an audience that needs to be addressed specifically.
Okay.
Okay. Director Perry?
As the apartment owner's representative, I will continue to vote against this motion, as it is something that I am already working on with staff in a similar nature, and I do not feel the need to give them 2 directives at the same time.
Okay. Did you have something?
I view this motion as supplementary
Okay.
to the earlier motion. It's different, it covers a different group.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, my point, I just want to make sure that staff understands what they're expected to do and they understand it. Otherwise, we will get into this situation where they will bring something back and we say, oh, and that's not what we asked for. Go back and bring it again. That's all I care about. Okay, yes.
I just wanted to speak against the motion because I believe if the apartment owners' representative, no need for this board to pass the motion today.
Okay, so go ahead.
I'll just speak in favor of the motion. I did not know that Margaret was doing that for the sake of the history and preservation of this effort. That is why I'm in favor of this motion, because other board members, if I get hit by a bus or they get hit by a bus, there's continuity of what is being done. So I think we need it for that reason.
Okay, I think we've had enough discussion on this. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. We have Director Flashman, Farrell, Santa, and Jashak. Those opposed? We have Johnson, Perry, Dodd, myself, that's 4.
4-4.
Sorry, Perry as well. That's 4. Abstaining? Grabwatch. Okay. We have 2 more. That was
I'm
the
not
number
making
3.
any of the motions. I don't know if anybody else is.
I'll move for motion 2. So I motion to create educational materials to inform RA members on the impacts of the PRC amendment and encourage the membership to contact their supervisor about the importance of the PRC process for RA membership.
Is there a second for that?
Second it, obviously. I
Okay.
voted for it before,
Okay.
I better second it now.
Discussion?
I oppose the motion.
Okay, Director Perry? Did you have something?
I'm for the education. I'm very concerned about what does the encouraging the membership to contact the supervisor look like? Again, pitchforks and all. But as far as the education, I would absolutely support that piece.
Director Johnson?
Similarly, I wholeheartedly support an educational campaign. I think we need to go back to the drawing board on talking with the supervisor.
Director Dodd, did you have something to say?
I'm going to say what he just said, that as to the second one, I was surprised that it was Travis who made the motion because he had spoken earlier about the importance of our board speaking with one voice. And the more we encourage our members to individually contact the supervisor, the more that clouds the voice of the board. So I do not favor the second component of the motion.
Travis, would you be open to amending?
To amending,
your motion?
Yes, I would. Do I make the change? So I guess, do I ask with Tony? Can I get your?
If I might, what you might want to do is ask unanimous consent to strike the part of your motion that has the words encourage the membership to contact the supervisor about the importance of the PRC process for the membership. I'm guessing that's what you want to do.
That's exactly what I
And you're asking, you could ask the body for unanimous consent to make that amendment.
I'd like to ask the board for unanimous consent to strike this part of the motion that I made. It starts with and encourage.
Okay.
I object.
Yes, we need.
So then
So
you
we
need
need
to
a
make
vote.
a motion to that amendment.
I'd like to move that we strike from my previous motion the back half of the motion which began with the words and encourage.
Director Perry?
I'm not sure if Travis's microphone has died or if it's just not on.
Oh, he's using it.
Oh,
It was on.
Actually, it was flashing red.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, couldn't hear you a moment ago. Sorry, Travis.
Okay, no worries. Did you hear the motion that I made or the unanimous consent part?
I heard the unanimous consent that failed. I did not hear what you were saying after that.
Okay, thanks. So I made a motion that we strike the portion of the previous motion that begins with the words "and encourage."
And I'll second that.
Okay, that amendment has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Abstaining? Motion passes. The amendment passes. So we're back to the amended motion now. On the amended motion that we just revised to take out the last part. Those in favor, say aye. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? 2, 3. Abstaining? Margaret, did you vote? She did.
7-3.
7-3. Thank you. The motion passes. 6-3. 6-3. Thank you. Sorry about it. Yeah. Bad math. That's called fuzzy logic. Fuzzy math. Thank you. Yeah.
I have a question with regard to the proposed motion number 1. What are you thinking of having done?
That's what I was asking too.
The basic, do you want someone to speak to the board? Do you want, what is it that,
That's for the
or
board to
you want
decide.
a document put together?
That's for the board to decide.
I motion to table motion 1 until which time there could be a briefing in writing by this body regarding this matter.
I second that.
Motion has been seconded. Discussion. Counsel.
I think what you're trying to do is either defer it indefinitely or defer it to a time certain. Might I suggest that you pick a date, defer it, refer it back to the Land Use Committee for a written synopsis? No?
Mr. Chairman, speaking to the motion as proposed by the Land Use Committee, it is our understanding that the area around Lake Ann is going to be coming forward for revitalization and a rezoning to accomplish that, and that revitalization action could possibly involve yet another land swap of RA land into a proposed redevelopment. And so the view is that the board ought to be aware of the history of that boondoggle, is that the right word? In sooner than later, and not wait until there's actually a submitted proposal. Because there will be a need probably for the board to act quickly when the proposal comes forward.
Okay, Director Santa.
Understood, acknowledge what you're saying. However, this motion is written in such a matter that has nothing for us to carefully consider. So therefore, we heard you, we will consider it. Now what I'm asking for is written material. So my motion is, we will table this discussion until there is written materials that provide a synopsis of this boondoggle.
The written materials, Mr. President, the written materials already exist, because this board...
So why is it not already here?
You want us to read back through all the
We want,
history of resident association?
no, ma'am.
With regard to this?
Right. There is a written record of this transaction. And what I think the Land Use Committee wanted the board to be aware of is it's been many years since that happened. And so I think the Land Use Committee was saying, hey, board, you ought to know what happened so that when it comes back up again, you're going to be aware of what happened.
Okay.
There's a motion
Let me
on the
get,
table.
let me get Director Johnson.
Yeah, I'd like unanimous consent to change the text of the motion to ask the board to conduct a research project, to then generate a report, and then consider the history of the Lake Ann swap offers or offers to sell or purchase the land in the Lake Ann revitalization study.
I propose that.
Is there,
I'm sorry, you.
He sought unanimous consent, correct? So I oppose.
You wasn't, yeah.
Then I have a motion to the same effect.
So we need a second.
Can I speak to the motion?
Please.
I created this motion largely to raise this to the level of conversation, because there's nothing here for us to understand. I understand that the information exists, but in order to consider it, we'd actually have to individually do research to find that information. And I don't think that's in the best interest of the best use of our time when the committee has clearly gotten that information and should simply, in my mind, pass it on to the board so we can then consider it as they've asked us to.
Go ahead, Director Dodd.
Yes, I would agree with Mr. Johnson, and I would suggest that we reconsider what just happened last month when the Lake Equity Working Group came to us with a full written report that provided all the facts and, in fact, original research that was the basis for the board to, down the line, take some action. At this point, the Land Use Committee has told us to consider something, but has failed to outline for us what they want us to consider. And so I would ask that either the Land Use Committee or some other body, and I would support, as Director Johnson has made a motion, that research be done so that a report be written. Any of us can volunteer to do that, but I think asking each volunteer board member to do the research on our own is not appropriate.
Mr. Petrine, what do you have?
As a member of the Land Use Committee, I will take on the responsibility of summarizing the historical record surrounding the last deal.
Okay. I think.
At point of privilege, where are we on the motion? Did
We
we
are-
second? I just want to make
it
sure we're all
was-
tracking.
We're on Director Johnson's motion here.
And he was seconded?
Yes.
By
So-
whom? By John.
Yeah.
Did Margaret have her hand up?
I didn't see. Margaret, did you have your hand up? I think we're ready for a vote on that motion.
Can we read the motion again?
Can we read?
Yeah, please.
The motion was.
Your microphone's off.
Thank you. The motion was that I motion to ask the board to, motion that a research project be conducted so that we may ask the board to carefully consider the history of the Lake Ann land swap offers or offers to sell or purchase the land in the Lake Ann revitalization study.
Okay. Go ahead.
I support the education piece for the board, but there is no reason why a volunteer should have to go through RA historical files when we have staff whose job it is to find this information for us. So I'll be voting against the motion.
I'm sorry, the motion doesn't ask for a volunteer. The motion
It
is.
asks the board.
The motion asks the board to have it done. It doesn't prescribe how it's done.
The way I heard the motion, it was that the board research. It was not motions that direct the staff to do something, motion to direct the staff to do research. That the motion as read was to direct the board, which is why I believe Treasurer Petrine volunteered, because he knew it wasn't going to staff.
If that was the interpretation, then that was not the intent. The intent was simply to have a non-prescriptive request for a research project. We could then take up the question of how it's done.
Okay. Ready to vote on this?
May I?
Yeah, please.
I think there are several members of the board who were present at the time and who were actively involved in the matter, including myself. And this is a very easy matter to cover in a matter of 10 or 15 minutes of discussion. We don't need further research. We don't need a motion. We can do it now if you want, or whenever you'd like to hear it.
Okay.
You probably want to have the documents, though.
And let's do it.
I-
I can look in my files.
Well, I've heard it's only a 15-minute discussion before, and we usually end up staying until 1:30 a.m., so I will pass on that. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Because I don't think it's a good idea. I don't, I brought it up for conversation.
Oh, my gosh.
The entire, my entire point was that hopefully someone.
I motion, going back to my previous motion,
No, we have to vote on this. We need to vote, we need to vote. All those in favor of Director Johnson's motion, say aye.
And that was you and me.
All those opposed? Abstaining? What do we have?
It obviously doesn't pass.
Doesn't pass.
Doesn't pass.
So,
261.
yeah, the motion doesn't pass. Did you have something?
I'm sorry, did the secretary get the vote, who voted how?
261.
Did you get the vote?
Yeah.
2 abstentions?
No, it's important if there's a motion to reconsider, who voted how, because only
Yeah.
prevailing party can make a motion to reconsider. That's
Yeah.
why I'm asking
Yeah.
that she got those.
Director Dodd and I voted yes. Okay, thank you. Did you have
were you
something?
going to say something?
Nope.
Nope.
Did you have something?
I motion that we bring this up at the next board working session, whatever date that is, and have a presentation accompanied by a synopsis of what the history is that we need to consider carefully.
That's not your prior motion, ma'am, are you withdrawing?
I never got seconded.
And
My first motion.
It was
Yeah.
seconded.
He-
it was seconded.
That was his motion.
No, your motion was seconded.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
He's
Thought I
at,
did.
no, the record,
Can you
Brittany.
tell us whether or not her motion was seconded?
Yeah.
So your motion was seconded. If you
Well,
want
just
to
with-
ask for unanimous consent to withdraw it and then make another one, we can go forward.
Let's do that. Let's just do good.
I motion to withdraw my first
You asked for
motion.
unanimous
Unanimous
To
consent.
withdraw your first motion, one of these days.
Okay.
One
any
of
ob-
these days, we'll
yeah,
get it,
one of
guys.
these days. Any
We'll do
objections?
Robert's Rules of Order
Any
for everybody.
objections? So moved.
Your motion is withdrawn.
Yes.
You have a new motion, Director?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Director Farrell, thank you. So, moving along.
There's a book, it's about this thick.
Yeah.
Keep
Process killed
Let's
it.
not be condescending. Come on.
Oh, it was, she
too
took
much.
it.
It's okay.
She took it in the spirit it was offered.
Come on. Let's get, process killed
I
innovation a
motion
long
to
time ago.
move, I motion to have the history of Lake Ann be addressed at the next board working session.
That would be the next session.
Great. That's what I want.
It's on the agenda.
Is it?
I mean, it would be on the agenda.
Great, that's what I'm asking for,
That's
which
the
at,
motion.
which at that time, that's my motion. Can I speak to the motion?
Hang on.
It has to be seconded.
It has to be seconded first.
And I would like to second.
I'll second
Okay.
your motion.
Okay. The motion has been seconded. Please, you want to talk to your motion?
I would. So at that time, my intent is that we will have everything that we need to do to carry on with motion number 1 in
Right.
detail with Mr. Farrell and others, and maybe Ms. Kimmel would like to come and present, and then we can get on.
Right.
Sounds good.
Okay. Did you have something?
Can I request clarification? My understanding is you moved that a presentation will be made. Can we have that be a presentation by the Land Use Committee or by members of the Land Use Committee? I
I
don't want to
s-
have a situation where we don't know who was just asked to do this.
I would, since this is coming from the Land Use Committee, I encourage the Land Use Committee to make said recommendation, unless somebody from the Land Use Committee wants to dispute that and make it a staff responsibility.
There will probably be a need for some assistance from staff to dig out the records from however many years that is. I don't think that's an overwhelming burden to bring out those records so that people can see what was
Are you
involved.
comfortable with that, Mr. Lusk? Okay, good. Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
I just wanted to point out that that's the non-prescriptive way in which I asked the question, and I'm concerned that there will be confusion later on. So if we could update the motion to specify, I'd appreciate it.
I seek unanimous consent to amend my motion to say that we will table this discussion and bring it forward for the next board working session where the Land Use Committee members or member may speak to give the history,
With the assistance of the staff?
with the assistance of the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Abstaining? How did you vote? Yes, okay, so we have 801.
801?
Yeah, the motion
You got it.
passes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, I knew that.
Yep. Jennifer, are you doing this?
It's in, there's nothing, guys, to say. It's
Yeah,
on the piece
I
of
know.
paper.
Are we moving on to fiscal?
There is a proposed motion here. Would you like to?
She wouldn't. So I'll just kick it off then. Pete, could you give us a little bit of information on what staff would need to do to continue their work and issue an RFI to meet the fiduciary responsibility to the association regarding the insurance portfolio?
Sure. So on insurance, just a brief update. We gave the fiscal committee this update, must have been last week. We are actively working with our current insurance broker and a new insurance broker to look at our current package and bring us back with the new broker, their proposal of what they would think we need, both from a coverage perspective and can they do anything better from a cost perspective. Our current broker is aware of the work that we're doing. They've come back to us with maybe a proposal for a fixed fee arrangement instead of a commission-based fee, which is what they're currently on. So we did issue, I'll call it an RFI. We did send it out to this firm that we're working with, and they are actively engaged with us.
Fiscal.
There's two motions on the fiscal committee. The two motions that the fiscal committee made, John.
Sure.
The first one is about insurance, the second's about
Thank
triple
you.
RF.
Yep.
So I think we talked about this a couple meetings ago at the board level. So staff are actively engaged in this process. We're hoping to have an update, working towards an update for the fiscal committee in March. I do think, just as sort of a look ahead, there is a board conversation to be had about our insurance, probably an executive session sometime in March. So we will be prepared to have that conversation.
Okay. I move to direct staff to continue their work to issue an RFI to meet their fiduciary responsibility to the association regarding the insurance portfolio with a specific emphasis on dam coverage.
Second.
Motion has been seconded.
We already adopted that motion, 6-1 in January. So
That's-
there's no further action we need to take.
Great, fantastic.
It's,
As is true of the second motion.
Correct.
We adopted it
So
3
I
years
was
ago.
going to ask, why do we need the motions?
And
No. We
Okay.
do need the last motion.
move to accept the fiscal committee's conclusions as it pertains to the adequacy of the triple RF, which,
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
aye.
so we just spent,
We did.
What's the vote?
we just spent all this time having Pete explain that. That's fine. But then we didn't even talk about the second one, which we're actually voting on.
No, we're not. This is the third one.
I'm looking at two motions here.
Two more.
I'm sorry, I'm on letter I see two motions, two quotes.
So those motions were made by the fiscal committee in January. That's where those motions came from. So it was asked of us to bring these, and Bob, feel free to interrupt me, but we were asked to bring these in the packet because the fiscal committee made these motions, particularly related to the triple RF. So the board should take a look at the triple RF motion and then continue to act as you just were. Sorry, Bob.
That's all right. Two of the responsibilities of the fiscal committee are to advise the board of directors on insurance, which is consistent with the first motion. The second one is a requirement in Resolution 3 on the triple RF. Fiscal committee annually is to assess the adequacy of the reserve. And that's all we're doing. Now, if anybody else would like any further information, I'd be happy to.
Okay, so you do not need the motion of the board to make sure that staff follows
It
through
is,
with this?
it is our recommendation, it is our recommendation that you,
Don't get in the way?
yeah, essentially.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
moving on.
Did we call the vote on the motion?
We
don't
did
need
We stopped halfway.
I
No,
am.
no, we need the
triple RF
motion that's
motion.
printed in the materials.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
at the
that
material.
motion I
And you seconded
seconded.
it,
At the
and we
bottom.
started voting,
This one.
and then we paused.
The one in the box.
Yes.
How is that any different than the
I-
first
That's
motion?
what, yeah.
So we have an active vote, we started voting, then we stopped the voting, so we need to.
We're in the discussion phase, and bear with me because this is very confusing to me. We've got two items in quotes that have been already decided, and then we've got something in the box that is a motion, and I'm hearing people saying we don't need a motion, we do a motion. Help me out here.
We need the motion in the
box.
box.
That's what I'm looking at.
To finish our work.
Can you
Got
help me understand why it is only the second one that requires a motion and not the first one?
Well, the third one is to accept their conclusion relative to the adequacy of triple RF.
Right. You're right.
That's, and so we effectively are ratifying the work of the fiscal committee.
Correct.
And that's a job that the board has to do. We're relying on the fiscal committee. They've looked at it, that the triple RF is adequate.
Correct.
And under the rules that we operate under, the board has to ratify what the fiscal committee concluded. Correct. So Director Santa made the motion that's in the box. I seconded it. We need to call a vote on it. If there's more debate,
No,
I want to lengthen the meeting.
Just,
God forbid.
Trevor, as for the first, were you asking about the first one?
It doesn't matter.
Because that was to continue work on something that had previously been voted on.
Doesn't matter. We're moving.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, abstaining, motion carries. We have 801. Okay.
I just want to note that you guys all voted that you think that the adequacy of the triple RF is there, but none of you asked to actually see the information that the fiscal committee worked on.
Mr. Johnson.
They also didn't
I would like to move that we take a 5 to 10 minute break prior to
Sounds
moving
good.
to item J.
It is 8:11. Why don't we convene at 8:20?
Yeah.
To go.
Both this month.
Flashman. Johnson, I believe it's your turn.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to discuss.
Just make sure you have the microphone just.
True.
Thank
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I wanted to discuss some proposed changes to Operating Resolution 1. I sent this to the board in its entirety on the evening of our last meeting. And I'm hoping everyone's had the chance to look at it to some degree. But I wanted to start the conversation with a motion. I wanted to move that the board limit discussion on this topic to, on proposed changes to Operating Resolution 1, to no more than 20 minutes today, and to defer all action on this until the March 13th meeting of the Board of Directors, as was requested by Director Justruck at the end of last meeting.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Any
Mr.
discussion?
President, I have a substitute motion. I move that further consideration of this topic be deferred to the second meeting in April. And I want to speak to my motion if I get a second.
Second.
We have one of what will be the successful candidates to join the board. We have two basically lame duck board members. And this would be a radical change to the way we do business. I think that the new board members ought to be involved in the making of these decisions. I don't support most of these proposals, and I can go into the details of why I don't support them. But I don't think this board should be telling the next board how to do business. That's for them to decide. And I would strongly suggest that we have the proposals, we can have further conversations, but that conversation, the initial conversation, should happen when the new board is impaneled, and that would be a second meeting in April.
Director Dott.
Forgive my faulty memory, but I spoke with the candidate who is running for the North Point seat that I currently hold, and his name has slipped my mind.
Michael Lanza.
And he had watched the last meeting online. I'm sure he's watching this meeting or will watch the recording. Since today is meant to be discussion with no vote, I think we should proceed with discussion today, and then it makes sense to have a consideration about whether or not this is ripe for a vote when it will be carried on by a board where I'm not going to be a sitting member, and neither is Mr. Grywatch.
Director Johnson.
Yes, I'd like to speak against Director Farrell's counter motion and offer the possibility of substituting a motion where we would actually take action on this or have further debate, further discussion in that second meeting of April. I would defer conversation after this meeting to the second week of April. I think it's important that the input of people who've been on the board for some time be part of the conversation and potentially inform the next vote. So it doesn't really interest me when the vote is taken, so long as we begin the conversation and it become an ongoing conversation that we eventually take action on.
We have a motion.
I'm sorry.
Don't, we have to
We have
address,
to address Director Farrell's motion first.
and you sought
As I
unanimous
understand
consent.
So, no, I
You amended?
made the motion. So, Mr. President,
Yeah.
the reason that I made the substitute motion was that the main motion, or the principal motion, had this thing coming back on March 13th, before the new board is impaneled. Thus, my motion to defer consideration of this item until the new board is in office. I'm not averse to having a conversation. 20 minutes gives each of us 2 minutes. And I can't imagine that we're going to get that conversation with this many changes done in 20 minutes. So thus, I was opposed to that element of the prior motion, and I was opposed to the element of the prior motion that said we'd be making decisions on March 13th, especially since that would be the last meeting of this body, or the second to last meeting? Next to last meeting of this body? That's my motion.
Director Johnson, would you,
I'll leave it as it stands. I think we can take the vote.
we need to take a vote on Director Farrell's motion first. His substitute motion. Director Farrell, would you repeat your substitute motion again?
Did you get a second?
He did. He did.
I got a couple of seconds.
He did.
My motion is defer consideration of this to the second meeting in April.
Okay. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
We have Flashman, Farrell, Santa, and Jeshdak, that's 4. Those opposed? We have 5-4, motion
4-5,
fails.
yeah.
Thank you.
Substitute motion
We need-
fails.
I'd like to offer for unanimous consent to move the second leg of the conversation to the second week of April. So we could actually take the vote and have further conversation with the new board members.
Any objections to that?
I don't understand.
Rather than March 13th, I'd like to,
Are we doing are you doing a motion?
I ask for unanimous consent. That
For-
to change my motion, which is now the active motion, from this, to ask for that second date that we talked about, March 13th, move it to the second meeting in April.
But retain the 20-minute.
But retain the 20-minute limit on today's.
Parliamentary inquiry. Does the maker of the motion intend that the conversation in April also be limited to 20 minutes?
That's not what I hear, but I would ask you, did you want to limit that conversation to 20 minutes?
That was
No,
not
I'm
my-
asking what the intent of the motion is.
And I'm going to give that. The intent of the motion is not, I'm sorry, you're shaking your head.
No,
Did
no,
I
no,
do something wrong?
I'm sorry, I was trying to communicate
That's
with
okay,
the
that's
president.
okay.
But go ahead.
Go ahead, clarify.
My intent was not to limit the debate in the second session. I just wanted to have a brief kickoff this time so we could kind of, just start the discussion, start the conversation, let people provide their input, and then move on in the second session.
Okay, so just so that I can summarize, and please stay with me and correct me if I don't get this right. Your motion is to have the conversation, the discussion today, no vote, but then defer further discussion and a vote, possible vote, forward to the April meeting once the new board has been sitting here.
That's correct.
That's what you mean, correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to speak against the motion.
Okay. First of all, he asked for unanimous consent to revise his motion
Was
to
there
read
an
like that.
objection to that?
I wanted to see if there's any objection to that, to the unanimous consent. Any objections? There's one objection, so we can take a vote on that?
So I'll move I'll move accordingly.
Okay. So we need to vote on
Yes,
this.
but I need a second
I
first.
second.
Somebody has to
I
second.
second.
Okay, it's been seconded. All those in favor say aye. 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 2, 3, 4. 5-4, the motion passes.
Motion's been amended.
Amended, yeah. The motion has been amended. So we're now back to your motion as amended.
Okay.
Okay? Yes. So you're going to be talking on the motion as amended, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Well,
The maker of the motion should be given the first opportunity. to speak
he
to
can
the
have the
motion.
first
He
opportunity.
waived.
I have
So-
waived that motion, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't believe that the substantive aspects of the motion will be significantly advanced in terms of the discussion in 20 minutes. There are 5 motions. That means you're going to give, what, 10 seconds to each one? I don't know. It simply isn't real to think that in 20 minutes, we will be able to discuss all of those motions in any significant fashion and advance the discussion meaningfully. And so I see no point to doing it today if it is limited to 20 minutes.
Okay.
And so therefore, I'm opposed to it.
Okay. Dr. Johnson?
Sure. I will then ask for unanimous consent to remove the 20-minute limit.
From tonight?
From tonight, from his motion.
Can I, point of order?
Yep.
May I direct this to my parliamentarian friend over here, Mr. Farrell, for clarity?
If he doesn't mind.
He's not the parliamentarian.
I know, but he's going to tell me about Robert's Rules of Order. Is it not that if an item is on the agenda, that is the allocated time for debate, and should you want to extend time more, you vote, the question is to be asked, do you want to extend debate on the motion? We entered this meeting from break at 8:22. It is 8:32. We've been 10 minutes debating procedure, and the fact is, we have listed an item for discussion for about 20 minutes. So the motion is actually not even needed.
The time estimates that appear in our agenda, Mr. President, are estimates. They don't bind us, nor do they set limits on the discussion. They are estimates for the benefit of the membership, so that if they want to show up to only talk about one of the subsections, that they have an idea about when that subject matter is going to go up. But those are not limitations on debate.
Robert's Rules of Order says that if there's a time on the agenda, that is the time, and you ask for an extension. That is what Robert's Rules of Order says.
Except that that agenda typically says, at the very top, you'll read the note, and the note, having adopted the note supersedes Robert's Rules.
It says estimate. I still stand by my point. Anyways, I don't think the motion's needed. We should have just been talking about this, and we're wasting time. So I will vote against the motion just based on principle.
Wait, you're voting against the motion to?
She is.
To even have the motion, of saying, hey, I want to table this discussion for 20 minutes because it's unnecessary.
That's what I just asked for unanimous consent for.
To remove the 20 minutes.
Unanimous consent to remove that.
I am appalled that we're even having the motion in the first place.
Well, we're
We can't stop each other from filing.
No, that's fine. I'm
motions,
just explaining
as
myself
we've
out
all
of
seen
out
over
of
these
procedure.
years.
Okay,
So
so
I asked for unanimous consent, so now I'm just waiting to find out.
Is there any objection?
I object.
Okay. So you have to take a vote
So I
now.
move accordingly to remove the 20-minute time limit as per Director Flashman's suggestion.
But to begin
Oh,
the
this-
discussion
And
now and
to
vote.
immediately begin the conversation.
Pardon me, that was not a suggestion. It was an objection.
It was an objection.
Right, and he just made a motion.
He just
And
made
I
a motion.
Second.
Motion
Second.
has been
Second.
seconded. All those in favor say aye. 1, 2,
Procedure.
3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2. Abstaining?
I think we're out of order, so I'm not, I think you all are out of order. We go back to his original motion, which was amended to say April 11th. So he's changing his original motion. But you said accordingly, you are only removing the 20 minutes.
I did say that was removing the 20 minutes, yes.
Right.
But the April 11th is still on the table.
Or second part of April.
Yeah,
No,
we're
that's
still
already
talking
passed.
about,
That's not what you said, but
That's
That's what the
we had
motion was.
previously.
let me clarify. The motion that deals with moving it to April 11, that's still up there. You amended your motion to take this 20-minute out of it. Are we,
I did.
okay.
I did.
That's what
and
we're
I
voting on
apologize
right
for
now.
doing it. Yeah, I'd just like to
No,
apologize to the.
we already voted on it. You voted 5-4 to remove the 20-minute limit. You've already voted on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've already voted.
Did you
to-
capture that, Brittany? Because we're throwing motions left and right, and I have no idea which one we're talking about.
let's just
right
suspend the rules at the rate we're going.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize for making the initial motion. I thought I was doing it in the interest of being fairness, but apparently that was not the case. So I apologize.
All right.
However, so moving on to the actual conversation.
Well,
Hang on.
Is there
there's a motion that,
There's a
his motion as amended is now pending. And as I understand it, we have amended the original main motion to change March 13 to April whenever.
The second
and-
meeting of April.
Second meeting of April. And we've amended the original motion to remove the 20-minute time limit
That's-
for debate.
that's what we have.
And I believe that's the pending motion, Mr. President.
That's what I
And,
was- yeah.
and our Assistant Secretary is telling me I'm correct. So I think,
We need to
unless
vote
there's
on-
further debate, we
There is no
need to
further
call.
debate. Let's vote on that. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? 3, 4, 5, 4, the motion passes. So, again, just to summarize, second meeting of April, let's have discussion right now. Correct?
Begin discussion.
Begin, please.
Okay, thanks. So I asked to do this. I'm going to wait for Director Farrell. Can I continue?
No, there's a version in our binder, but I believe you circulated another version of your proposal.
I didn't.
I misunderstood.
The version that's in the binder is the most recent version.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to have this conversation because our meetings go a very long time. And, I went back through the YouTube videos and I found that they often last a total, an average of about 5 hours. And I think most of the members of the board find that to be an untenable position. And members of the community, at least the ones I've spoken to, have also expressed similar concerns about the length of our meetings, particularly the executive sessions. So whether or not, members of this board agree with any one of these motions, to me is fairly irrelevant, so much as long as we have a conversation about why our meetings are going, longer than they should, and start the process of coming up with solutions for that problem. So what you'll see here, I made, these are not, I'm not making motions here, but the first bit of language you'll see here, it was a motion to amend Section A2 of Board and Associations Operations Resolution 1, meetings of the board, by replacing language as follows. I won't read what the current language is, but I'd like the revised language to state that regular meetings of the board will be held at 6:30 on the second Thursday of each month, except in April, August, November, and December. Essentially, this reduces our current schedule of 2 meetings per month to 1 meeting per month. And the reason that I'm advocating for that is because when I looked at the average time that we spend in our meetings, we've always spent about 5 hours in a meeting. When we had 1 meeting a month, we spent 5 hours in a meeting. When we had 2 meetings a month, we still spent about 5 hours in a meeting. So to me, just based on the data, it doesn't seem as though there's a great return on investment for having a second meeting. It seems that we're padding our work schedule. So my suggestion is to bring it down to 1 and force ourselves to be more disciplined and have more efficient meetings.
So that is the intent of your motions?
That is the intent of the overall activity, and that's the intent of the first motion that I brought to the board.
Can we move on to the second?
Yeah. Happy to move on to the second one if there's no questions or discussion.
So what is the pleasure of the board? One at a time as far as the motions, or just go towards the end and then come back to overall comments?
Speaking to the first motion that is under consideration, I agree we average about 5 hours per meeting. And I checked, we had 23 meetings last year. 5 hours times 23 meetings is 126 hours. And we barely got all of our work done. I don't know how many agenda items got kicked forward, but when we only had one meeting a month, lots of items got kicked forward. And they got kicked forward, and they got kicked forward, and they got kicked forward. Since we've gone to 2 meetings a month, we haven't had that phenomenon nearly as often as we did when we only had 1 meeting a month. And it's not 1 meeting a month, ladies and gentlemen, it's 8 meetings a year. Because this proposal says we don't have any meetings in April, August, November, December. So that gives us 32 hours in the course of a whole year, not only to adopt a budget, but to deal with the casino, to deal with land use issues, to deal with personnel issues, to all the things that we deal with. And to suggest that in 32 hours, we can cover the budget all by itself is not rational based on what we have done. A 32-hour-a-year meeting is fundamentally leaving us with a rubber stamp. I don't know how we do fulfill our fiduciary obligation only meeting 8 times a year. But that's what this proposal is. As regards to 1 meeting a month or 2 meetings a month, we fundamentally had 2 meetings a month because we had a board operations committee at which almost all the board members attended. And that was a healthy discussion of items that then were acted on at the other board, at the full board meeting. So people who are interested in doing the work of the board were actually showing up to the board operations committee meeting. Unfortunately, the board operations committee only had 4 members. So while all 9 members were more than welcome, at least during my tenure as president, that's not true with my predecessors, and were invited to have a conversation, it effectively disenfranchised 5 out of the 9 board members. So when we went to 2 meetings a month, the object was to enfranchise and enable all 9 members, all of us being elected, to participate in the conversation. I don't, and you know, staff can chime in on this one. I don't know how you get all the work done that we do in 32 hours. I don't think it's possible. And so what will happen is there will be items, particularly on the back end of the agenda, that we just never get to. And they'll keep getting kicked down the road and kicked down the road and kicked down the road. That's what happened when we only had 1 meeting a month.
Director Johnson.
Just to speak to the except April, August, November, and December section that you called out, that Director Farrell called out, that's in the current language. The current language also already says except in April, August, November, and December. And
For the second meeting.
For the second meeting.
That's for the second meeting. So that we're having a meeting every month, but we're not having 2 meetings 4 months. And the reality is we had 2 meetings several months because we weren't finished with budget deliberations. So despite the fact that we said we'd only have 1 meeting in April, August, November, December, we did wind up having 2 meetings because we couldn't get our work done in 1 meeting, particularly as it related to the budget. But we did have 2 meetings. So this past year, and I'm happy to have the Assistant Secretary send out around the roster, we had 1 meeting in November, 1 meeting in December. But the rest of the time, we had 2 meetings a month, and we may have even a couple of months had 3 meetings because we had special meetings. And that's the other point. If we can't get our work done in 1 meeting, what's going to wind up is unscheduled special meetings. So, and that's a hell of a lot more of a strain on the staff than a easily anticipated second meeting every month. But again, Mr. President, I invite the staff to give us their input on going down to 8 meetings a year.
Okay. Does any other board member wish to speak to this before I pass it back to Director Johnson, Director Flashman?
Just a technical matter, and I think that the last sentence in this revised language has no place there. It should be removed.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Director
Just, I believe that there is a misunderstanding as to Director Johnson's proposal. I don't believe he is proposing only 8 meetings per year, and I would like him to clarify how many
Okay,
meetings
sure.
per year are in this
Director
proposal.
Johnson, can you clarify that?
I appreciate that. When my intent was to give us additional flexibility in those months to add as necessary, because, for instance, December, when we go into budget conversations, we often have, multiple meetings that, our work may often require more than one meeting, and I'm fine with extending that. But if, that's a deal breaker for folks, I would be happy to remove that and leave the language.
Director Perry, you have your hand up.
So I have shared my concerns with, I'm actually not against going back to one meeting, but I have shared my concerns about the need for proper discussion, proper debate, timing. The fact that we're not making any actual decisions tonight is wonderful, because I believe in April we'll hear from Matt and Mike, who also have opinions on this and can share their knowledge and what they've experienced on other boards, for example. I was going to suggest that April, August, November, and December language has always been in there, even prior to moving to 2 board meetings a month. And I think that it was one of those things where language was carried over to carry over. I recognize the plan for April because we have the annual members meeting, and then there's the board meeting thereafter of the new board. But I would like to understand the plan for August, November, and December, recognizing that, while it was originally put in there because no meetings were held of the board in those months, that has long since not been the case. I've my entire time on the board, I think we've had meetings in August, November, and December. So I think at this point, that language should either be removed or revised.
Can we hear from staff?
Yes, Director Fleshman.
To put it succinctly, I do not think that this proposal will result in more efficiency, more clarity, or more work being done. So that has to be done by us. And if we are going to be efficient, then we need to be succinct, to the point, and not repeat ourselves several times. We need to focus on be well prepared for the meetings. And even with that, we will need 2 meetings a month. These 2 meetings supplanted both the Operations Committee and the Governance Committee. And who's going to do that work if it's not the board? And when are we going to do it? And if we are going to really focus in on operations in terms of what was just essentially planning the agenda, then we ought to be doing it on both a short and long-term basis. And we ought to be looking forward and saying, during this year, we need to accomplish the following things, and scheduling when those things will be attended to, so that we can all anticipate, staff and the board, and plan for what is going to take place. That is not easily done. And you're not going to do it in 1 meeting a month. You need to have the 2 meetings.
Director Dodd.
Just briefly, I believe, early in the meeting, we heard from Matt Molyneux that we have too few people who are willing to be candidates for the Resident Association Board. I believe 2 5-hour meetings per month is the primary reason we have a hard time finding candidates who are willing to run. And so I don't know, I'm going to abstain on this. Well, there's not going to be a vote. I don't know whether reducing the number of meetings, if this board does not find a way to conduct itself more efficiently, then we will continue to have a hard time finding people who are willing to volunteer for this. And I think that I appreciate that other parts of this topic that Director Johnson has raised are aiming to help us become more efficient. The amount of time that we spend debating over Robert's rules and have we followed them or not is an impediment. We just saw 15 minutes spent on a motion to try to limit this motion. We've seen other things. We've seen time at this meeting wasted by people joking around about Robert's Rules of Order. Let's not waste time. Let's be efficient. Thank you.
So let me just bring all of this to a little bit focus here, okay? Let me start with the initial discussion that Director Johnson started. We're not voting on anything today.
Right.
Director Johnson stated that he wanted to start this and basically start a conversation on this. Furthermore, we just agreed that we want to, if we want to vote on this, when we get to that point, that it will be done in the second meeting of April when the new board is in place. We can spend another 20 minutes or another 20 hours right now, go back and forth and try to solve this real time here. We're not going to be able to do that. We just started the conversation. One quick question for you, Director Johnson, is you shared this with the board about 10 days ago or something to that effect? I think it was right after.
It was exactly 2 weeks ago.
Okay, just what, 2 weeks ago? Have you had any feedback or responses or comments? Because if you have not, then I think this has just started the conversation, and I would submit to the board members, to my colleagues, read it again. I'm going to read it again. And if there's something that you don't agree, just share and offer some ideas. If this is coming up for a vote in the second meeting of April, I think we've heard from several members about their reservations, about their objections. And that's primarily, I would say, intended. Just you've heard this. They've got concerns. I think it's important for you to think about if you're amenable to working with the other board members to maybe adjusting things and get it to a point, at least there's a bit of consensus for the second meeting in April, and let the vote go the way it will go. With the new candidates coming in, hopefully they'll get elected, they'll have quorum and all that. I completely agree that I think we need to be fair to the new board members as they come in so that they're part of this. So that's not what I would
Mr.
offer.
President, I asked 15 minutes ago to hear the thoughts of the staff on going to 8 meetings a year, one meeting a month. I think we need the benefit of their insight.
Sure. Brittany, did you have something?
Sure.
Repeat that.
I asked some time ago for the input from the staff of their thoughts on
Sure.
whether or not we can get all our work done on one meeting a month or 8 meetings a year.
So if Mac were here tonight, I know the first thing he would say is staff are here to serve. So if there's 1 meeting or 2 meetings or 3 meetings, we're here to do our jobs. Sometimes I think as a team here, we think of things in absolutes. There has to be 1 or there has to be 2. We proved last year, for example, in December, we had 1 meeting. Everyone is exhausted from the budget process. We had 1 meeting, we got our business done, we moved on. I think there are opportunities where 1 meeting is sufficient, but I would also offer, we just looked at a budget calendar that contemplates 2 meetings a month. And there's lots of work to get done in that time. So perhaps there is a middle ground where we consider 1 a month or 2 meetings a month, depending on the time of the year. The other item that I'll offer, a good example, last week or 2 weeks ago, we had a request from a member. He had an easement. He's been banging on us to try to get it done. Yep. We brought it at the last minute. Board was able to get it through. That's a good thing. That's a member service for us.
Yes.
We also set up these first meetings a month as a work session. We rarely have used them as a work session. They've really just been a second meeting of the board. If you can remember back to the lake house, we had a really great one on aquatics. The whole aquatics team was there. We had a great, robust conversation about it. But that's really the only one that I can remember actually being a work session. So I do think there's an in-between. There's a way to find 1 or 2 a month, but I would strongly urge, just from a budget perspective, we just talked about a calendar that has 2 meetings a month. That would all have to be reworked if we were to think about it that way. So I think sometimes we just think about things in absolutes, and maybe there's an in-between ground there.
Okay.
Just point of clarity, I actually only had 1 meeting in August because I wanted to make sure everyone enjoyed their summer.
So I just wanted to correct the record.
I just have a brief comment. I don't think, this addresses what is supposedly a structural problem. I don't think it's a structural problem. And I quote the Bard from Julius Caesar, "The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves."
Okay. So I would recommend that we've had enough discussion on this. You've heard some comments, you've heard from staff that.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
On this particular motion, there are still three more.
Yeah, so I would assume that we're going to hear the same flavor, but just, go ahead.
Well, the second motion that I have addresses ourselves, not the stars. So in this particular motion, I ask that the president be required to provide a standardized overview of the rules of debate at the beginning of each meeting. I came up with this idea after actually a long conversation, what I thought was a long, productive conversation with Director Farrell last weekend. Because I think this particular motion would ensure that all board members and attendees understand the rules governing discussion, debate, and decorum as outlined in Robert's Rules and in Virginia law. I think this meeting has proven that we need to regularly reinforce proper meeting procedures and have fair and orderly discussions and maintain respectful and productive meetings. I won't go through the current language, but my revised language states that at the beginning of each board meeting, so long as the presiding officer believes it's relevant. So this isn't the kind of thing that, a president is locked into doing for their entire presidency. But no less in the first two meetings following the annual meeting, the president shall provide a brief overview of the rules of debate, and they'll state the following or some variation thereof. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to outline the rules of discussion and debate for our meeting. Each board member will have the opportunity to speak once on a motion before anyone speaks a second time, ensuring fairness in discussion. Debate must remain focused on the issue at hand, avoiding personal attacks or interruptions. All comments should be directed to the chair, and side conversations should be avoided to maintain order. If a member wishes to speak, they must be recognized by the chair before proceeding, and any deviation from these rules will be declared out of order and promptly addressed by the president. So, again, this came out of a conversation with Director Farrell, because Director Farrell, I think, was rightly concerned that in a previous iteration of this, I had a time limit on conversation. And I think we didn't want to have our members be beholden to like the tyranny of the clock. However, we did want our members to be guided in conversation and in debate. And I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Mr. President, I was very grateful that Director Johnson took the time.
Director Farrell, it's wonderful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was very grateful that Director Johnson took the time to talk to me about these motions. I think that one thing that was omitted is in Robert's Rules, any person in the body, we're the deliberative body, is only supposed to speak to a motion twice without permission of the entire body. I know that when I was in your chair, Mr. President, I tried to enforce that rule, sometimes with more success than others, but it strikes me that that's the piece that's missing in the president's conversation. Because I know that when I was in your chair, Mr. President, trying to get people to only speak to a motion twice, giving the maker of the motion the first and last word, which is standard procedure, it was hard to get my fellow board members to adhere to that provision. And I think that if we were to adhere to that provision and came into a meeting knowing that we were only going to get 2 bites of the apple, the conversations would be shorter, including the conversations in executive session. So if you're thinking about making another iteration here, I think that the 2 bites of the apple without consent of the whole board really is the issue. Yeah. It really is the issue, and I thought I did this before every meeting, but maybe not. And the other thing I would suggest to you all is we spend a whole lot of time trying to draft motions on the fly and trying to wordsmith motions on the fly here. I don't want to have a situation where you have to make a motion in advance and circulate it. I don't believe that that's the way to go, to require people to do that, because sometimes you hear a staff presentation and it tells you, hey, we need to go one direction or the other. But I just think it's good procedure that maybe when we adopt the agenda for the next meeting, for the presiding officer to say, okay, here's the agenda. The board package will be out on Friday before the next meeting. If you have motions related to those subject matters, it would be courteous to your fellow board members to circulate your motions on the Monday before the board meeting or on the Tuesday before the board meeting. And this is not a resolution. I'm saying it is an what do I want to say?
Best practice.
I'm sorry? It is a reminder of best practices and etiquette to say, let's get the motions out. Because it was my practice when I was the presiding officer to call all of you on Saturday night, Sunday night, and say, have you looked at the binder? Do you have any motions you're thinking about making? And can you circulate them in writing so that we're not sitting here at the table trying to wordsmith motions and trying to get people to understand what the motions are? So I think, I don't know how we convey that etiquette, right? And have us understand it and accept it as a way of doing business. But I absolutely believe that if we adhered to that practice, these meetings would be a lot shorter.
Dr. Perry?
Thank you. I am very conscientious of sharing motions in advance at times due to the fact that I have seen fellow board members attacked by the public when motions were shared with the board so they could prepare for discussion, and those motions were taken to the public when all the motion was for a discussion, and the public then came with pitchforks. So I'm very concerned at times. I think it's wonderful when people can share their motions, but I don't think it is a requirement. And apparently my phone number has not been shared with the board because I certainly never receive phone calls. So feel free, if someone needs my phone number, let me know.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah, go ahead.
I'd just like to say that my boondoggle motion should have appeased you. But to the serious topic matter, in the spirit of this, I agree with you, and that this should be a best practice. But it's, in my opinion, I oppose it because it's not resolution worthy. This should be just, we should all just get training in Robert's Rules of Order. Clearly, my boondoggle motion wasn't a good one enough, so it speaks to the problem that we have, and that's why this should not move forward.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah.
I share Director Santa's opinion. I think that this is really not something for a resolution. It is a matter of good practice in the sense of that we ought to be following the rules that are adopted by the deed. And we should know them. And that should be an obligation of every director. And it's not necessary to have them repeated at every meeting.
In order to start the process of being the person, having the last person speak, be the person who introduced the motion. I think it's obvious that we're not doing that. So it's one of those things where, maybe let's codify it until it becomes a norm, because it just, some presiding officers may have done that. That may not be the choice of every presiding officer, and it may not work. It may not be the way to go. So I'm advocating that we codify this. So can we move on to the next one?
Yep, let's move on to the next one. Thank you.
The next one is a little lengthy. It's about executive sessions. Brought this one up largely because I've received quite a bit of commentary from members about the length of our executive sessions. And I know there are members of this body who, think that it's a certain group of Restonians who have this issue, but I've heard this from a lot of people. That our executive sessions are too lengthy and they don't provide sufficient transparency. So I came up with this revised language that was: the board may convene executive session by a majority vote of the directors present to discuss the following matters: personnel issues, consultations with legal counsel, contracts, potential or pending litigation, violations of the Reston documents or board-adopted rules and regulations and matters related to the personal liability of members.
Can we dispense with the word-by-word reading, since we all have copies of the written, and talk about the topics in a more general fashion to save time?
I'm happy to
Sure,
do that.
go ahead.
Yeah. So generally, I think our executive sessions are too long. I think we should ensure that we're limiting them to what we're legally allowed to limit them to. And we should create, a very generalized agenda that we provide ahead of time with approximate times for each item we expect to discuss. And I say generalized agenda because, I'm cognizant of the fact that we don't want to let, people occasionally see what is necessarily happening specifically, but we do, that's the whole point of executive session. However, I think it is important for us to communicate to the people, the members of the association, what we're talking about in the time we're in there. And I'd also like us to have a 1 hour time limit. That 1 hour time limit, of course, can be modified by vote of the members, but I think we should treat that just like we treat the general session and give ourselves 1 hour in executive session, and if the conversation has to go longer, vote on it. And I'm asking for a 2/3 vote to make that happen. And I think we can leave it there.
Is that the gist of it? Yeah, go ahead.
So those of us who've been following the evolution of the practices of the Board of Directors would tell you that our executive sessions are more transparent than they've ever been, because the executive sessions before some of us joined the board concluded with the following motion: I move to ratify all the decisions made in executive session. Period. That was it. So you had no idea what the hell the board had done in executive session. I don't want to take too much credit here, but when I got on the board, I objected to that practice, and to end voting in executive session on anything. And this language has us adopting, passing, consenting, or agreeing to items in executive session. Well, that will put us back to where we used to be, where all the real business of the board, at one point I remember having a conversation with Kate Fulkerson that says, Kate, everything the board does is a contract. Everything the board does is a contract. So you could have all of the business of the association done in executive session and then come out and make one motion to ratify the decisions made in executive session, and the membership would have no idea what the heck the board was doing. And there were instances where that was the case. We have been dealing with, in the past year, issues relating to the casino, relating to evaluations of our CEO, which is our job, and other issues where the board has some very strong feelings. And again, it goes back to, even in executive session, you're only supposed to speak to a topic matter twice. And we were not observing that rubric. So I understand that there are people in the community who want to know everything that goes on in executive session. Obviously, that would be to the detriment of the association. If we had open sessions talking about our casino strategy, then the proponents of the casino would know exactly what we're doing. If we had open meeting, I mean, the only thing we talk about in executive session is who do we appoint to the various committees. I don't think that is appropriate for open session. It's not fair to the people who volunteer to be on our various committees. So I understand people feel like our executive sessions are too long. I would attribute that in at least one case that there's strong difference of opinion regarding one of those issues.
I don't know which one.
And you're being facetious, I know. But, I mean, it is an ongoing conversation in executive session where there are strong feelings in both directions. I don't know how you stop that and give every member an opportunity. But if we were to follow the rubric of you speak to an issue twice and then you be quiet, those executive sessions would be a lot shorter.
Director Johnson, before you, let me just see if there's any other board member. Yes. Margaret, let me get Director Dodd first, if you don't mind.
I am overwhelmingly supportive of the effort to make our meetings run better, and so I appreciate the thought that's been put into this. I'm also a lawyer, and Director Johnson, you are not. And so part of the difference, the reason I have trouble agreeing with your proposals is that there are times when you've chosen to change language without, in my mind, changing the meaning of something. And if it doesn't change the meaning of it, I prefer to keep the words we had just because we're used to them. And when you are amending a law, you change a word, and the fact that you changed a word is relevant to all who look at this law from then on. There was a reason to change that word, and it changes how we act. Here we've got changes that are made maybe because to a non-lawyer it reads easier, and I'm sympathetic with that, and I used to do that myself. But I think that it is not a good direction to go in. I think there are times we get too tied to past words, and that's why we've got this April, August, November, December thing that's been carried over too long. But I would like every change that is made to our existing documents to have a reason why it is made. So that's one idea. The other is that I think that Director Santa had mentioned the idea that we have a training about Robert's Rules of Order, and I think that with a revisit of 2 bites of the apple and you're done principle, which I think would help our discussions. I also think that we will be helped if, as we have discussed in the future, there is a retreat of the board and people get to know one another and trust one another better. I think that would improve the way that we function. I am not convinced that changing these rules, the fine-tuning these rules, will accomplish the goal.
Let me get Director Perry and then followed by you. Director Perry?
So I had also provided some feedback, interestingly enough, similar to Director Farrell, in that I felt that if we were going to provide an agenda for executive session, which I'm actually not against, that it needed to be not the exact what we were talking about, but where it fell under, right? It's a contract matter, it's a personnel matter, it's a whatever matter, just so that we all had an idea of what was coming up in executive session without relaying anything beyond that. I also am very concerned where it says extending discussion on any agenda item beyond its allocated time requires a 2/3 vote. I think that needs to be clarified, right? That should be 2/3 vote of those present. Otherwise, you're requiring 6 people to vote one way, even if you only say have 6 people here. Okay, so I think I don't have necessarily a problem with this one. I do think the language could be cleaned up some, and I definitely think, maybe doing some additional revisions with Mr. Champ. I know you've worked with him on all of these, and I certainly appreciate that, but perhaps the language could be cleaned up a little bit, and made a bit more concise.
Thank you. Director Santa?
I support the 1 hour time limit. As the newbie, Matt, just know that second board meeting, I said, hey, can we table? And I got voted down. But I am in favor of the 1 hour time limit. And I would say especially when the agenda is going very long, I am definitely in favor of that. I agree, I don't think we need to change the language about the revised language as to the transparency that you're seeking. I think we have it already covered in the current language. I will say the following. The problem that we're trying to solve with executive session is the fact that one item takes up too much air, and we have to fix up that one item, not the resolution.
Okay. Again, if you like.
I can't say more than that
Yeah.
because but
So
we all know what I'm saying.
let's practice a little bit of what we are thinking about preaching, what we're preaching right now. So you close on this one.
There we go. So I appreciate everyone's feedback, and I've taken notes accordingly. The one item, though, that does stand out is, just a moment, the generality of the agenda that I proposed. The language in here does, actually, I rewrote it to in accordance with Director Perry's suggestions, that it stay general and only refer to the topic, and only refer to the topic as described in the language in the resolution. So for instance, if it's an issue about personal liability of members, and we're talking about committee members, and we want to have detailed conversations about them, that would go in there. And that's where we would say, and we're having that conversation for approximately 15 minutes. So I don't think that we're in a position where we would be giving away what's happening in the executive session with too much detail. I think we're at the agenda that I'm proposing is general and provides a bit more transparency than we had. And I appreciate what Director Farrell also said about how we are more transparent than we were previously, not having been part of the board during those years. I can't really speak to that. However, I will say that forward motion doesn't mean that that we've gone far enough. So we can make further strides as far as transparency goes.
Okay, if I can take my second bite of this apple, Mr. President. I have, Director Johnson, Mr. President, I have a real problem with the last paragraph where it says, adopted, passed, consented to, agree upon an executive session. That to me would be retrograde activity. We have worked really hard not to take votes in executive session. And I think we have done a very good job of getting a sense of where we were going so that when we came out of executive session, people could make motions and we would take action in public. And so I'm not at all comfortable with having language that says that we can adopt, pass, consent to, or agree upon matters in executive session. That, to me, would be retrograde.
I'm hoping this is where we end, because I will happily make modifications later on. But I included this based on research into Virginia's law about HOAs.
Right.
And we are allowed to adopt, pass, and consent to contracts in executive session, so long as we do it in public. And in this case, I included the language as not to tie the hands of future boards, so they could make decisions for how they operate.
With your indulgence, Mr. President, just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Okay. Move on, number 4.
The last one?
Point of reference, I'd just like to note, it is 9:20. By 9:20, we should have been in new business. So I would like to table this discussion since we're going too far and move into executive session. That is my motion.
Just like to point out that if we,
You have to state your
You need to
reasons
make-
for
you need to make
executive
the full
session.
motion to go.
My motion is that we table the discussion of Board Association Operation Resolution 1 discussion and move to executive session, or considered by the board during executive session.
No, hang on.
What, you pointed at something.
I pointed to the paragraph
Pointed over.
7. You need
Move that the Reston Association move of the Board of Directors certify to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate.
No, we're not.
This one.
You
That's the
keep
clip. I
pointing.
know, I pointed to the wrong one.
Okay, just want to make sure.
So this is what happens here.
This is embarrassing. Okay. Move to convene into executive session to consult with legal counsel and to discuss contractual and personnel matters.
I'd just like to point out this motion was intended to speed things along. Just saying. I'll second that. Can I speak?
I'm sorry.
She gets to speak to it
It's
first.
just, you want to speak to your motion?
I stated the reason for my motion.
Yeah.
We are past the agenda time.
Yeah,
I'll
There's
allocate.
discussion here. You can-
And I'd just like to say that if we had limited the conversation earlier, we would have been done a long time ago. And we could have actually done this, we could have touched on every one of them.
And I would like to say, as we discuss the prospect of changing some of the rules under which we operate, that we spend more time discussing the rules
Yep.
than we do discussing the substance of the matter. We've seen that happen tonight.
There's a motion to go into executive session, and it's been seconded. All those in favor? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? 4. Abstaining?
No, I voted.
What you voted for?
I voted for.
You
Did
did,
you
you
get
voted
who-
for it.
It was 6-3.
6-3. We're going into executive session.
Hello, this is Peter Lusk, Chief Operating Officer with the Reston Association. This presentation is to provide an overview of the newly adopted Recreation Facilities Investment Process and its application to playgrounds approved in the 2024 and 2025 Capital Improvement Program. Five playground renovations have been funded in the 2024 and 2025 CIPs, including Coltsbrook, Sanibel, Purple Beach, Huntinghorn, and Bordeaux. The years that these projects were funded and the approved budget amounts are indicated on this slide. To provide more context regarding these playgrounds, this slide identifies the location of these facilities within the association. In the future, we plan to provide similar slides to provide more context for projects within the association. This slide provides an overview of the recreation facilities investment process. If you would like more information on this process, there is an informational video posted to the previous Board of Directors meeting held on February 13th. The 2024 playground projects included in the capital program are currently in step 3, or the evaluate stage of this process. The level of engagement identified for these projects is the consult method. This method includes surveys or other feedback mechanisms with no more than 2 opportunities for community engagement, typically in the form of a survey. To follow the recreation facilities investment process, the projects included in this presentation were initiated when they were approved in the 2024 Capital Improvement Program. These facilities have been identified as being past their useful life and fall within the facilities that require community engagement prior to projects beginning. Following the initiate step, step 2, or the engage step of the process, was followed and a survey was developed for playground users. The survey was administered in summer 2024. QR codes were posted at each playground, and the survey was promoted on the RA website and through RA News. The Purple Beach survey received 60 responses. An overview of the survey results tell us that most playground users are between ages 2 and 12. Playground users enjoy a quiet and safe setting, and that slides and swings are the most popular play elements that currently exist. Additionally, interest in new play equipment, including shade and tunnels or forts, are something that users would like to see incorporated into a new playground. The Coltsbrook survey received 35 responses. These results are similar to the Purple Beach survey. Again, most users are between ages 2 and 12 and enjoy the existing slides and swings. Users of Coltsbrook enjoy the playground being a safe facility with good visibility and are open to seeing new playground elements introduced at the playground. Lastly, the Sanibel Playground survey received 29 responses. These responses were similar to the previous 2 playgrounds. Due to the small nature of this facility, users enjoy the swings, but that is mostly due to the lack of other play elements. Survey participants would like to see additional play elements introduced as part of the renovation. So just to recap the engagement process, this slide provides a summary of the engagement process for the board of directors to evaluate in their decision making. This feedback includes that most playground users are between ages 2 and 12. Safety and a quiet setting are important to playground users. Slides and swings are popular playground amenities. And that based on feedback, there is appetite for new playground equipment. As we continue in step 3, or the evaluate step of the process, what you're seeing on the screen are the existing conditions and a proposed design that has been worked through by staff with a playground vendor. You'll see from this slide that a new play element has been introduced, that the play surface still includes mulch, and that the swings would retain in this design. At the Coltsbrook location, a new play element or climber has been introduced. You can see in the middle of the new playground design, with the addition of a new play element and retention of the current swings. At the Sanibel location, again, a new play element has been introduced that has a few more natural elements following the survey results. The swings would retain, and the mulch surface would also retain. Following this exercise with our playground vendor, staff received estimates for playground replacements. You will see on this slide that the estimates exceed the budgeted amount for our existing playgrounds. Staff have returned to the playground vendor and asked for help getting a number that is back in line with the budget, but that also is responsive to the survey. Throughout the year, staff will continue to evaluate the CIP and look for positive variances, and will return to the board of directors with a recommendation moving forward. So what did we learn? From a lessons learned perspective, staff have a better understanding that the process for funding playground replacements is not sufficient for future playground replacements. This information will be addressed in the upcoming facilities master plan, but staff understand that playground enhancements and/or new playgrounds will cost more than the current process of replacing playgrounds at a 1-to-1 ratio. There were 2 playgrounds funded in the 2025 CIP at Huntinghorn and Bordeaux. The Board of Directors moved that staff include this process and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee in the development of these playgrounds. Staff are currently working with PRAC on step 2 of the Recreation Facilities Investment process to develop a survey to be distributed in the first or second quarter of 2025. Staff will return to the board as soon as possible with the proposed improvements to Huntinghorn and Bordeaux following community engagement. I look forward to this discussion with the Board of Directors. Thank you for listening.
All good, all good. Okay, three, two, one.
Mr. President, I move that the Wrestling Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session or of a contractual nature involving personnel matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Mr. President, I move to.
I'm sorry, I jumped it. All those opposed?
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's 8-1. 8-0. 8-1-0, thank you.
Mr. President, I move to extend the meeting of the Board of Directors until 11:17.
No, you can't do it that fast.
Come on, 11,
No,
11,
you
20,
can't.
25, 11, 20.
Make it 11:30. That's the-
There's nothing else to do. Why you?
You have
We have to do the
next
agenda.
agenda.
I understand. Okay, make it 11:20.
11:30. It's 11:15.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Make it 11:30. I move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous, 11:30 it is.
Mr. President, turning to the agenda for the next meeting that's in our binders, I'm going to move to adopt that agenda with the following changes. I'm going to move to strike item I and move that item to the second meeting in April. That's the adoption of the board agenda, board calendar for 2025. The same thing with the budget calendar. And also to strike item M, we're having a meeting on the 20th to discuss that. Is that right?
Deed?
Not the deed, didn't we have a subcommittee that's supposed to be working with you on this?
I haven't scheduled that meeting yet, but I will schedule one.
It's not happening between now and the 13th is my point.
Correct.
Right. So I want to take that off and not put a specific date because that group needs to meet and try and work things out. So.
Did you say item M?
Excuse me?
That was
M.
item M.
Item M. So I'm proposing that we adopt the agenda minus item I, item J, and item M.
Second.
Matt, Director Farrell, if you wouldn't mind, just for posterity's sake, could you read the headlines of I, J, and M?
Certainly.
Yes, please.
Happy to do it
Thank
again.
you.
So I'm moving the agenda that was published with the following removals. To remove item I, which is a draft 2025 board meeting calendar, and moving that to the second meeting in April after we take up, in the agenda, after we take up the conversation that Director Johnson wanted to have. Same thing with the budget calendar. And then to take item M off and to schedule it for a board meeting after the subcommittee meets with council.
And the
Item
title
M
for
is
M?
discrimination and harassment complaint procedure. I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Thank you.
I need to amend your motion.
What would you like to do?
We need to include the history of Lake Anne.
Oh,
That's-
yes.
Remember, that was my
The Lake
motion?
Ann land swaps.
Yeah, that's good. So maybe we can,
That's for the next meeting.
Correct, I said next board, yes.
the next board meeting. So can we put that in item M? Can we substitute that into item M? I don't know that it needs to be earlier in the evening.
Only if you need my mind to be sharper in
Yeah.
order to understand the history.
It's your call. Where would you like it put in the agenda, Director Santa?
I would prefer it to be the new item I, after the E.
I have no problem with that. I ask unanimous consent to amend my motion to take out item I and replace it with the Lake Ann history issue.
Any objections? Okay. Good.
Director Josek may have a thought.
I would like to move the annual planning session follow-up to much earlier in the meeting. Much earlier.
Yes.
We could put it after CEO update.
That's fine
What
with
about
me.
my quarterly report?
We'll still get there.
Because they go together. Maybe it's the same.
I think we also need legal committee report under the consent calendar.
No.
No?
It goes to the second, right?
The second meeting in March.
Oh, so you're not having a meeting, you're not having a legal committee before the 13th?
We are, but we have to send out the decisions, and so by the time we send out the decisions, you'll be basically meeting at the board meeting.
Your March 13th meeting will be over.
Okay,
So I have the,
and
go ahead.
can somebody tell me what is Friends of Southgate NC and the MOA revisions? What is the purpose of that?
The Kathy Hudgens Community Center MOA is up for review.
Yeah,
so-
I was going to bring this up. I have been contacted by county, and I think they've contacted Director
Yes.
Johnson as well. They want to bring this MOA for discussion to share with us, and I've told them that we need to get board approval to get it on the agenda. And apparently this last one was signed in 2003. And the other element of this is I told them to get in touch with our legal counsel, just to make sure that Tony sees that MOA before it comes to the board. But this is for them to tell us what they're doing and what they want.
What is an MOA?
Wouldn't that go in
Memorandum of
executive session?
Oh.
It's a legal document
I
that we
think this is their
view.
presentation as to why, but my thoughts will be in executive session.
I don't know.
We'll put it in there.
So are we having visitors come and talk to us?
Is that, can we do that in executive session?
No, the visitors will not be in executive session.
Correct. I'm just saying, do we need to be respectful of that to move it up so that,
Yeah.
So they should go above, they should become the new.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be too long because it's just an information thing for them and. it's
great.
a-
Yeah, so let's make them the new E if folks.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Friends of Southgate, is that what
Yeah.
we're moving up?
Friends of Southgate
Is
and
it-
CHCC MOU, I believe, is the right.
That's what I was thinking.
They
Yeah.
called it MOA, so.
They did.
In the email
Memorandum
that
of
they sent.
agreement?
So
It might be a memorandum
MOA,
of
MOU,
agreement.
whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
This was signed in 2003.
For all of us to understand, we own that ground.
Yeah.
It's under a ground lease
Yeah.
to the county.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So
what the conversation is.
That's why, what are they presenting to us?
I
revisions.
The
I can
revisions
imagine
to
that they
the
want to
MOU.
renegotiate it.
So wouldn't they take that to legal counsel, and legal counsel would tell us that in executive session? Why
Well, I would
would this
expect
be in
legal
open
counsel would
session?
advise us in executive session, but if they want to
They
make a
want to present-
presentation in
they want to
open
make a
session,
presentation.
I'm not going to say no.
Yeah.
Margaret?
Director Perry?
If I recall, I heard President Mapar say that he had asked that that document be provided to Mr. Champ prior to the meeting. I would like to suggest we put it on the agenda, that we put it at a high place so that we're not holding people, here till all hours of the night. And should Mr. Champ decide that this is something that should not be done in public, then we can have that conversation and amend the agenda at that time. But at least let's put it on and keep this moving.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's on as E.
So we want to move, let me make sure I'm hearing people correctly. We want to move that item K so that it comes before the CEO update?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so K becomes the E. Brittany, if you're able to follow this, I'm making notes so I can catch up with you. But it would be, so the first item of business after the consent calendar would be the Friends of Southgate and CHCC MOA or MOU revisions. That would be the first item. Then we'd go to the CEO update. Then we'd go to the quarterly.
No.
Go ahead.
Annual.
The annual planning session would come after the CEO update and before the quarterly?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm disappointed by it, but I understand.
I'll make it up. Yeah.
So then,
Your smile does not coincide with your disappointment.
so the CEO update, then the annual planning session, then the quarterly update, then the EYO financials, then the bus stop easement, then
Lake Ann.
the Lake Ann, then that's it. Lake Ann's the last item on the agenda.
Next agenda.
Then the executive session would be the last item, then new business. And
Right.
then maybe we get that done before 11:30.
We got 5 minutes to go.
Does anyone have my list from last time?
Which list?
What list is that?
Topics. I had a list of topics that we needed to get through before the end of March.
I wasn't here, so
I don't.
they weren't captured in the minutes, I don't believe, so.
Okay.
If they're not there, I can't help you.
Has anyone started looking at our end of March calendar or agenda? Does anyone realize like how long?
So end of
What are we
March,
looking at?
end of March, we'll have quarterly updates. So we'll have 4 or 5 videos, capital rec, environmental, land use, all the typical update videos for the first quarter.
You have some applicant interviews?
There's something else.
We won't have any applicant interviews next time?
In March.
At the
Regular
beginning?
meeting.
At the March regular meeting, which is the second meeting, not this meeting, meeting after this.
So we just delay them? I thought we had them as they came in.
So did I.
Yep. Do we have any for the 13th?
I would like to have the one for the Lakes Equity Working Group.
I have two who could go on there, but they've already confirmed for the 27th.
Yeah, I spoke to Doug Britton, and he's available for the 13th.
Oh, he sent me an email that said the 27th.
No, I know, he responded to you saying, yeah, I can attend this 27th, but I spoke with him, and he said he can do the
And it's not on
13th.
the agenda, so if the board wants, I can reach out
I
to them.
mean, is there a reason that it needs to be on the
Is there-
13th
yeah,
and not the
what's
27th?
What's the rush?
It means that he can participate in the meeting as a member.
I understand that, but does it really make a difference between the 13th and the 27th?
Yeah, he can't participate in the meeting as a member.
What is the date of the March meeting, Erwin?
The meeting of the Lakes Equity Working Group is the 20th.
Thank you.
I thought, okay, we have 4 minutes before time expires.
And we have a consensus agenda right now.
We do. And we're stuck on,
Look, adding people, I thought we were just, adding people shouldn't take that long. They come, they speak their 3 minutes, and then we go into
Yeah.
executive session and talk about them. I say
Yeah,
let's
it
add
shouldn't
them.
be a great lift.
Can you reach
When do you
out?
want to do volunteer interviews?
We sh-
Where on this do you want to do volunteer
They
interviews?
usually
Those are
come-
usually done up front.
usually
They
up front,
usually come
before the
after-
CEO update.
It usually happens after member comments.
Yeah.
So it would be the new D.
Okay. You catching that, Brittany?
So this is right before the Friends of South.
After member comments and before the consent agenda, we would have volunteer interview.
Can I suggest something, since now we're at 3 minutes left? I would welcome, and I've talked with Erwin about this, can we have, for the rest of the year, a editorial calendar, if you will, of all the TikTok items that need to be slated in, so that it would help us with agenda setting
We
for
can stick it in
long
the
term?
next CEO update.
Something
Okay,
that,
I just want for the record, I asked Mac to do this for us 4 weeks ago
okay.
and was told that he could not and he needed to speak to the board president before he'd consider doing it.
Okay.
So I agree with you, but that's what I was told.
We ready to vote?
Do you do you have all the changes?
She's got everything. We need a
I
second.
just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
once we adjourn, it's tough to fix
Right.
it.
We need a second first.
Second.
I seconded it
Seconded.
already.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
It's unanimous.
There's no more business before
There's,
morning.
having no more business before us, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a good night.